just a couple, like, brief housekeeping things. I ended up speaking to my stepdad about my shoulder. He used to be a physio for, like, a national sports team, and trainer for, like, national level sports down here in Australia. And, he reckons that, the little bit of, like, twinging I've been getting in my shoulder is just a posture thing. Which I guess would make sense given, like, how much I've been streaming, prior to that point. Especially in the awkward position that 14 kind of puts me into. So, depending on how tonight goes, because I'm feeling a lot better, I may still stream tomorrow, but, once I hit the end of 5.4, I think I'm probably going to take a decent break until I can get a microphone arm. Because basically, if me sitting here and doing this is going to put me in pain, like, I can't really have that. So yeah, like, I've got a pretty good idea which one I want to get. It shouldn't take too long to get delivered. Hopefully I didn't just curse myself. But yeah, there might be a slight lull at the end of this week, on the weekend, potentially leading into the week after that, or the following week, sorry. Yeah, like, I'm not feeling it at work, which is, like, a good sign, because it's like, okay, it's not, like, the way I'm sitting all the time. Clearly, that's not the problem. And the thing I looked at was, like, how am I sitting when I'm not on stream, and how am I sitting when I'm not at work, and, well, when I'm streaming and when I'm not at work. When I'm not at work, it tends to be a little here and there, but generally speaking, I can, like, post up and just sit back like this, and it's fine. Yeah, 14 is the one that makes me kind of stretch my hand out, or put my body into a slightly weird position. Unfortunately, which is unavoidable, just given how not deep my desk is. Yeah. I think that's about it for... non-getting the MSQ started things. Yeah, like, the goal is to finish 5.4 before the live letter. Now, I'm probably still going to stream, like, if I somehow manage to get the microphone arm before the weekend, then I'll probably stream as normal. I'll get back to Ace Attorney by then. Like, I won't stream the live letter. I may not even watch it live, to be honest. Like, I might wait to hear what's up before doing that, because, upon reflection, not doing any of the raid stuff in, or not doing the non-near raid stuff in, Shadowbringers may still expose me to spoilers I didn't think I could see coming, because apparently one of the characters I've been seeing in the patch art is related to that, and as far as I'm aware, obviously I don't know what's happening in this patch, but it doesn't come up in the MSQ. So, like, given that she's in the patch art, I assume she's important to some degree, but I have no idea why. Yeah. Final patch before we hit, current content, which is, exciting. Here we go. Gryl's eyes light up at the sight of you. Oh, greetings, Aldine. Come to look in on our friends. Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and have satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? So what, days of rest for having your soul put back into your body and you're already...
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Yeah, Jesus, what the fuck do we do now that we're back in the source?
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission.
Oh,
be assured
okay.
that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
That's true.
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Welcome back, everyone!
Aww.
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Couldn't be more different, quite frankly.
Grahatir at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Oh, right! Oh, God. For a second, I was just like, oh, okay, yeah, he's probably heard about her exploits in like, what's been happening recently, but no, he would have heard about Lise from the future's perspective. Shit, I didn't think about that. That was dumb.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
Yeah, that's fair. Here's the abridged version. Okay, so there are 13 reflections, right?
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition.
I hope.
And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire.
Goody.
So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Aaaaand and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Regarding what?
Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course.
Right.
You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
Well, when you put it like that.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
I mean... yeah?
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
Surely you do not have to be so pointed.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
Yeah, and he's probably not going to be much use at a meeting that's, like, talking about everything that's happening in the Alliance. A place he has not been familiar with the politics of for a while, and specifically him not been aware of it for thousands of years.
We shall be on our way
Mean to
then.
him.
Godspeed.
Oh no, where's the... social? Oh, right, it was semicolon. Alright, Alizé, where are we going? I'm assuming Limsa. When I set out to save Holric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced the same must be true of the Tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the ether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alizé, and warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness. Not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Becklug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. And I feel like this is probably going to be relevant going forward. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps. What of their ancient counterparts? I know the Aaaaands took a more than passing interest in the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it surely will be at the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Oh yeah, it's Islam. Where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. Never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Azizlar, which means we'll be needing an airship. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Lake Silvertier. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. Oh my god! Is Graha gonna re-meet fucking Sid? Because that's gonna be great. Oh my god, I hope that's what's happening here. Actually, I do not recognize that vessel. I think that's... no. No, that is someone from Ironworks, but... Oh my god, Tataru's dressed up. Is this her ship? I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends of the Rising Stones and named her for luck and prosperity. Oh my god, Tataru's the best. God damn it. How can you be this consistently good? Tataru, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments are impressive enough, but to build an entire airship... I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coin keeper. I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. Hi. That hair looks a bit unique. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters. Wait. Is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azizlar. But enough talk. It's time to fly. All aboard. It's got its own, like, mini ships as well. Holy shit, Tataru, coming the fuck through. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Tataru has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Azizlar. Alphino's report did not do the scale of this place justice. I bet it didn't. Wisdom of Arlag. Graha Tia surveys his surroundings with an expectant glint in his eye. This appears to be the helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and... yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Azisla, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I am mistaken, this path leads to an aetherite, beyond which there will be an information terminal. Let's just begin our search there. Yeah, you'd be 100% correct. And here's the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references to tempering. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption. An overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what this report has to say. Confound it. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No! Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is, where to look? It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it is a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have headquarters on the Hemisphere. We can ascertain the details of the Hemisphere control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the Mana Cutters. We will need them to reach our destination. I can just fly. I forgot. You already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Hemisphere. Yeah, because this is like one of the only areas in the game that you complete and automatically get flying in just by doing the MSQ bit. So like it is 100% guaranteed you enter this area with flying. Haven't been here in a while though. I did actually come here at one point off stream. I was looking into the Heavensward relic weapons. I think that was it. And basically you need to go and do fates in like every single area of Heavensward. Basically similar to how the relics in ARR started off. They're probably going to be up here somewhere. Yeah, there they are. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go. If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this note will be able to tell us its number. There. From what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Huh? Warning. An evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Hemisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the Fourth Umbral Calamity. I doubt it would have been lifted in the near future. Bzz. Energy level critical. Returning to base for recharging. Well, I mean, it would have had to have gone somewhere to get recharged, right? Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example? ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Where we descend a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? Huh, I am. Reports sent to the capital mention the lightning aspect of ether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in the role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much Aaaaand knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind. To finally stand here with the two of you, it is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, but beware the sprites. They are wont to manifest where the aether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. The first to return here with a shard wins. What do you say? Sure. Very well. It would be my honor to come third. He's just like, yeah, sure, why not? I'm not going to win, but doesn't mean I can't have a good time. Where are we going? Find a point of lightning aspect ball of stagnant lightning and defeat the lightning sprites that appear. Oh, son of a bitch, it was in the tunnel, wasn't it? Oh, hang on. There we go. Oh. No, god damn it. Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. Graha, are you serious? I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shard is yours. What, no dramatic entrance? Heh. You remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. Isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues, so you better hurry back. But one last thing. Thank you, Aaaaand, for bringing me here. Oh, anytime, buddy. mean, the question is whether Alizé got back with one? It appears Alizé had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? A lightning shard that fairly dances with the concentrated energy it harbors. Handle with care. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? Narrative convenience. That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Aldine, and not only about the secrets of adventuring. But come, we should attend to our mission. Now, I mean, I guess that is my thing, just adventuring flat up, straight up. So I use my intuition, like the quest marker. Excellent. The system responded exactly as is intended. We now have access to the Hemisphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security systems within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I am right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Okay, makes sense. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes. But if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you will get out of the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Alizé is going to be like standing here, fidgety, like... Should have gone in with him. Can't stand just standing here. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. 2 hours later. G'raha's not back yet. Sure, this Aaaaand fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a study in thesis. We all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of either. Nothing if not practical. Alphino's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Sharlayan's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to death with anyone who saw things differently, by which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded, but deep down he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. Should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Aaaaand civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studium. I didn't. Thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the students of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. Oh, I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is this the fruit of our foray? Of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it should be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as a guest, please complete biometric authentication. I believe you're up, G'raha. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, Your Highness. It ceases to amuse me. It is but a pity the effort will not last forever. Dogra and Unai said as much when they granted me this gift. Until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption, an overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Damn it. The one form of security that can never be overwritten by years and years of time. Password protection. Well, go on then, Your Highness. Tell the nice node the password. I mean, we don't know what the password is. Right. Let's see. Oh, hey, Luca. How's it going? Goddamn fucking... Damn sex Mario. Glory be to Aaaaand. Graha, have you... Oh my god, this motherfucker is really gonna try and brute force a goddamn password. Graha, stop, you're gonna go past the amount of attempts you have. Same old, sleep going like usual, etc, etc. I feel ya. My shoulder's been a little better, but the password is Wild Rose. Fuck, could you imagine? Glory be to Emperor's Hand. Bloop bloop. Password incorrect. Please try again. Okay. What? We don't... Yeah, confound it. Come now. Passwords are invariably short and simple, for instance. Password. Shut the fuck up. This patch was very much worth resubbing for, by the way. It's very good. Good to know. The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable, were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. Whoa. What did that thing just call me? Okay, good. I was like, that would have been the ultimate bait for you to put that in chat, like, haha, Wild Rose, right? And then it actually comes up and I'm like... I mean, I can't not pick it now. Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Alizé, the talking archive node has already... It knows what you're saying. Please don't anger it. Please don't anger the hard drive. Imagine if it actually fucking was, though. Yeah, exactly, like... What the fuck does that make sense? Okay, hang on. And it just turns out this motherfucker's like a poet on the side. It's like, oh. Okay, I guess fucking lucky there. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be the task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Makino into cooperating, it is them. I mean, we could try and find information on Owen, who Owen was. But, come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones. I'm thinking about this way too much from an information security perspective as opposed to RPG logic. Deus Ex Sid. I mean, to be fair, they have brought back Well, they have brought to life many technologies that, like, no one in this world has any right to really, be able to crack. Grahatia seems eager to bear the nerd away. Yeah, but they do use him, like, as a... they do use him as, like, a last resort to solve a problem a lot. Well, I mean, in terms of technologies, yeah, but, like... The Ironworks are, like, barring the Empire, the Ironworks, are, like, the closest they have to anyone who would be able to work the technology to begin with. And Sid happens to be, obviously, from the Empire and the head of it, or the most prominent member of it. So, like, they do lean on him a fair bit from a narrative perspective, but it does make sense a fair bit. I would appreciate, like... They also have Nero too, I guess. Yeah, if you could convince Sid to let him near anything. Like, I actually would appreciate it if it's like, okay, hang on a minute, like, this is a password. Maybe we can look into this guy first. And they ask someone else to kind of help them with... Or they ask Sid to give them something that, like, helps them on the way to unlocking this. Rather than just going, oh, fuck it, let's just bring it to Sid. But then again, in this kind of world where this technology is rare and, like, alien, it kind of makes sense that everyone would just be like, I guess we just throw this to Sid now. Should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambros did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek him is... seek his help is no pretext, however much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Well, if you're not going to unlock yourself, then you're going to follow His Highness. Got it? Look at him all but running. How sweet. Still, wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Like, honestly, I thought we were gonna start off with running into Sid, but Graha is so excited to be a Scion. Yeah, like the bit where no, that's the wrong button. The bit where he, like, kind of jumps at the opportunity to go on a quest with Alizé and the Warrior of Light. And then Y'shtola basically goes like, oh yeah, well, I guess you do have to follow your hero, and Graha basically falls over trying to be like, no, it's not like that. Oh, he's so excitable, it's great. But I mean, and yeah, it's just kind of like, he spent like thousands of years looking to the Warrior of Light as like a, as an inspiration, like, the Warrior of Light is the only reason that he's been able to keep going. He's such a dweeb and it's very endearing. Yeah, exactly. Wonderful news, Eldine. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Kryl? Yeah, if you could, like, talk this would be great. Shit. As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on, and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the Third, a legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Wait, is House Brutus the one that Asahi was part of? Ah, there we go. Brutus. Aren't they the ones who took in Yotsuyu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Aaaaand will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. I like how the game answered that before you even asked. Yeah, like, I could make, like, probably a stream-length video of just clips of me literally asking the thing that Scions, that someone in the cutscene then goes on to ask or reference, like, specifically address. And, like, the reason I do that is to make sure I've got it right in my head. Like, I don't think they're all necessarily, like, smart questions to ask, but it does say something about this game's writing that it makes sure that it actually hits upon, like, established kind of connections and stuff and doesn't leave too much of it unconnected unless it is meant to be kind of, kept in the shadows a bit. So, like, something like this is like, oh, we could have just said how Brutus had moved on, but, like, no, Brutus sounds familiar, and there is a reason for that, and they don't leave it unstated. I had a big moment with that in this patch, lol. Oh, well, I'm sure I'll probably run into that too. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet... Gimlet? I think that's how you pronounce that. They've decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Well, that would be fucking great. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Yeah, it would be great if particular factions would start making any effort towards peace. Speak of the fucking devil. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Laminsons, in particular, struggle in their efforts, and Alphino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. Yeah, I wonder why. Oh, actually, Luca, I don't know if you've ever been in, or, like, watched any of the VODs where I actually talked about this. I don't know if it's just my perspective, but it really feels like Milver is, like, the worst Alliance leader, in terms of just being like, the Beast Tribes attack us, what are we gonna do but defend ourselves? Yeah, we don't really make amends to make peace or anything like that, and whenever we do, we deliberately we clearly break those rules, and then don't take that into account when we go and thwack them in the head to make them stop doing whatever they're doing that is perfectly justified. I'm not gonna, like, I've spent too many of these streams. In a broader sense, I would agree. I just think, particularly on the Beast Tribe front, I feel like Melverb is not good. Perhaps there's more to it than that, but that's the thing I've latched onto for a while. And it's the thing that keeps coming up, too, because we always come back to the primal problem, and Gridania is full of viscerally racist elves, and Uldar has the entirety of capitalism contained within it. Yeah, but, like, I mean, if we're gonna draw parallels like that, Milverb's fucking Limsa, like, really feels just like colonialist pirates. Like, kind of making peace with the fucking, making peace with the beast tribes until some aspect of them just breaks them. Feels very, feels that way because they're barely ever focused on in Limsa. No, you're not wrong. Yeah, well, then I guess it's a question of, okay, well, can you take that as what the state as a whole is like? Like, is a lack of writing meant to be, like, indicative of how they actually are, or that it's actually left something unsaid, which Yeah, that's definitely fair. And don't get me wrong, like, granted, Limsa has never really been as plot relevant as Uldar. Yeah, like, well, that's the thing that's bothered me about Limsa. It's just, like, it brings up this really great point about how, like, that city-state doesn't seem to do as much as it could to be able to keep peace with the kobolds. Anyway, like, I would say you get a better picture of what Limsa is like when you do all the class quests based in Limsa. Yeah, I mean, so I've done two. I've done two of them, which is the Arcanist and the Warrior. Oh, sorry, the oh my god, what the hell is the class for Warrior? Anyway, like, Arcanist deals with a band of pirates. Marauder, thank you. Like, the Marauders Guild deals with basically, like, the wildlife in Limsa that's basically, like, being driven mad by Kujata, which, like, there is definitely more going on outside of the state itself, if that makes sense, or the city, rather. Rogues Guild does a good job of really establishing what the city-state's about. Well, yeah, then I'm interested to... Like, I'm not saying that, oh, this is the definitive reading on it. It just feels like... And I guess it's partially the fact that it's just kind of dropped, but it acknowledges, like, this real problem with Limsa specifically dealing with the Beast Tribes, and just doesn't do much with it. So, like... in the MSQ, granted. So yeah, I will also say you're doing the thing where you're talking about a thing and then the game's going to tell you about the thing. Good. Well, yeah, but this is also me trying to recall as well, like, because it has been a while since that particular point has been addressed, so I feel like talking it out kind of jogs my memory about a lot of it. And I will say, just before I get back onto this, one of the things I'm actually really disappointed about is how Nanamo and the Uldar, like, story wrapped up. That, like, what did we do? We wanted to dissolve the, we wanted to dissolve the monarchy and the syndicate. Is that what the... Yeah, the syndicate. We started out like that. And one of the things we were going to do to kind of, like... Or one of the things Nanamo was going to do to kind of rein in control back to her so she could have more foothold in kind of going down that route was supporting the refugees going to Alamigo from Uldar. And you go and meet with, it bears mentioning, yeah, the game treats it like you forgot anyway, which is fair. But then you go and talk to, what's his name? Hildebrand's father, who basically, like, nips that in the bud to some degree, where he's like, well, you're not actually helping your own people out with this, you're just helping the people that are leaving. And, like, to some degree he was right, that, like, you're not really solving the poverty problem here, like, you're just helping people move out and be okay, which can be one part of it, but if you're not doing the rest of the work, then yeah. But his bent towards that was very much like, this isn't helping Uldar, not this isn't helping the poor. And then we go and just negotiate with Lolorito? And Nanamo's like, I guess I can negotiate with them. You're just moving the poverty problem elsewhere. Yeah, but you're also expanding it to some degree too, because... Well, yeah, you're right, yeah. Like... Yeah, like, to be fair, well, sorry, I need to get back to this, but, I guess the reason that Limsa specifically comes up, that I now realize upon talking about it, is that never got resolved, and it never got resolved really early. So, like, the impression I had is just... Limsa bad with Beast Tribe. Anyway, moving on. And, like, you're 100% right that, like, when I did the Archer questline, like, you get shown the, like, racist side of, Gridania, which is, like a blunt as fuck. not only in, like, not in terms of its, like, narrative sense, but, like, the people who are being that are not, like, not sorry about saying, like, a little thing about it, but they definitely have their problems, and I guess upon reflection, what my actual problem is that it pointed out a legit problem with Limsa that was plot relevant that was just dropped. If it gets addressed in this, then that'd be, like, honestly be really cool. Ul'dah wrapped up very messily, and I expect they'll probably do more there, as sick of it as I am. I think they honestly need to, because, like, it doesn't make sense that Nanamo went from, we should dissolve all of this shit, to, I guess this can work. Through basically the rich people telling her, no, it's fine, and then actually negotiating with her. Like, that whole thing leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I hope they go back to it and do something with it, but anyway. So long as we are dealing with the tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's Respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. There's a whole lot of plot points they were trying to get through at that point, and it tracks at least one thing would fall by the wayside. Yeah, like that absolutely 100% makes sense. Like, I'm analyzing the story as is, but that doesn't mean that, like, it's not understandable that that happened. I guess that is worth mentioning, that, like, I will talk about how the narrative stands as is. That doesn't mean that, like, this is the way that they intended it, this is the way that it ended up, because obviously there's things like time and money, and especially when 14's concerned, not a lot not a lot of either. Well, presumably not a lot of either. I think it's still important to kind of analyze that, obviously, but that's definitely worth pointing out that, like, again, we're talking about a game that has been, like, we're talking about something that has time constraints and stuff like that. Very not a lot of either. Money's literally funneled out of it, lol. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kept alive, and maybe they'll hire people here and there, from what I understand, but, yeah. If I ever get into video essays and stuff like that, I want to make sure that I, like, treat that kind of angle, like, not lightly. Because, like, analyzing something as a text is good in some ways, because then, you know, understanding what the thing says outside of whoever was trying to make it, whatever problems they had writing it, blah, 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 like, gives us common ground to be able to talk about the rest of those things. But that doesn't mean that the rest of those things are less important, and it doesn't mean that the reading of the text itself is the most important thing. And I think one thing that goes missed a lot, especially when we talk about, like, the games industry and it being pretty shitty, acknowledgement that, like, time and money are constraints on doing something like this is really important to note. Not as an excuse, but, like, as a consequence, more or less. Depending on where it's relevant, obviously, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, the context is important, but it's simultaneously important to understand what the thing is saying in isolation as well, to start to talk about both in conjunction, if that makes sense. Or at least, like, yeah, like, I don't know, this is, like, half-formed. I could, if I sat down and was writing this, I could probably make it sound better, but, like, sometimes it feels like that kind of relationship isn't, you know what, I think I have to think about what I'm gonna say before I say that, because it's probably gonna sound stupid otherwise. Like, I'm definitely into that territory of, no, this is getting too complicated for you to talk about just straight up on the stream. Stop talking about it. Stream brain is like herding cats. It very much is. Please talk here. Damn it. Come on, voice acting. Sid. Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Huh. I struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something? What was it? They're saving it for later. Yeah. No, that's fair. Well. Treatment for tempering. And for the next step, you need to find the password to this Aaaaand's report. Just so. With nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly, and thus we turn to you. I'd love to say that we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambrose. It contains an Aaaaand dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Yeah, let's just hope the Aaaaands didn't have the equivalent of leet speak, because... or slang. Literally just setting a PC to crack the password. Yeah, pretty much. Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, milady. Node, open the report entitled Iconic Corruption and Overview. Password, freedom. Password accepted. Opening report. Damn it. Sorry, ignore me. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the ether of the soul. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. When a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. Right. By way of an example, exposure to the ether of the fiend Sephiroth would cause the subject's ether to become aligned with the element of Earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with Earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. Stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner, do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavour in which we were successful, albeit at great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Aaaaand. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested to the decision, and for my impertinence, I have been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I recorded in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. Right. So not even the Aaaaands were able to find a cure, or rather, were not given a chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Aaaaand's decision. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. So this is just speculation, but I'd almost assume Aaaaand involvement in that decision. Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, if Emmett Selk had anything to do with kind of leading that place, like he did with the Empire, yeah, that checks out. Right. Yeah, you can't just, like, spark the soul. It may just make a person kind of act out rather than kind of go about it mindlessly, I guess. No. We would somehow need to suppress the Primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. If only we could make them remember who they were. So there's no point in reviving their souls unless we can also restore their sense of self. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Through thus restoring the sense of self. Oh, through thus restoring the sense of self. Yeah, okay. We could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith, which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory sounds sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for animation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so were while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you were right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism. And I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. I mean, we are sitting right next to Sid, Biggs, and Wedge. Like, your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to stimulate magics, or simulate magics, which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct a year's worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identify the password. But it will take more calculating power. A lot more. Honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. A password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No. He wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. How many times has someone used that line against Sid, like, freedom through technology, eh? Like, to be fair, it probably hurts more coming from Nero that one time he helped out with Omega, but, yeah. It's basically blackmail at this point. Yeah, it's like, isn't that your aim? He's like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever, let's do it. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. Things are about to get very busy. Lucky we have you to help, eh? Are you talking to me? Because, like, I'm the airhead that just punches, like, throws magic at everything that attacks him. I don't think I'm going to be very good with technology. Well, I mean, granted, I should be well acquainted with tomestones at this point, but... Right. While Grahart's here and I configure the terminals, I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Doing okay soon, and I'm at 43 because the ARR rework was too powerful. I forgot to reply to your tweet about that, but, like... I don't know if it's been clear from the streams or how much you've watched of them, but, like... My entire leveling throughout ARR, or the post-patches for ARR and onward, has been finding ways to stop myself from over-leveling. Like, I managed to keep it to, like, a level or two above at best. Sometimes, like, 3 or 4 at most, depending on, like, where I am in, like, the quest lines and that. But, yeah, it's really, really easy doing the MSQ to seriously overlevel everything that you're meant to be contending with. It's kinda nuts. Yeah, it's wild. I remember having to actually do some grinding in ARR, and now I'm way ahead of where I would have been. Yeah. And, like, to be fair, some of that is, like, helpful post MSQ, because having a lot of stuff that, like, gives you a lot of experience very early on and kind of tears off as you get higher and higher makes it so you can get to current content a bit faster. Not only that, but their whole, like, level scaling thing. But when it's just the MSQ and you have those things available, it's like, I'm level 60 and halfway through the MSQ. Oh, shit. It helps with multi-classing as well. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Although, like, I don't know, that just seems unwieldy, honestly. Like, though it'd be more helpful if multiclassing actually still got you skills for other classes too. Well, I mean, it seems like they wanted to move away from that design decision, because having to level 2 different classes to achieve a job, I guess, was seen as unwieldy. Or, like, a bit of a... Like, depending on the job, especially, like, pushing you out of the roles you like, because I don't remember if I remember this correctly, but someone said that one of the tank roles or role skills are more efficient in terms of design. Yeah, it keeps it a bit more focused, but also, like, to play a tank you like, you don't have to go and just level a damage dealer or level a healer or something like that like seriously skews you away from the thing you want to do. Like, granted, the complex design can often really enrich people who want to engage with it on that level, but sometimes it's a bit too obtuse and that, but, yeah. The only way to play a good caster back in the day was to level Thaumaturgy a bunch and get quick cast. That sounds terrible. And granted, it's like caster and caster, that's fine, but... like, there are probably some cool combos that get missed, but that, like, concept just makes me uncomfortable. Like, I like it conceptually, makes it feel like old job systems. Yeah, and I like from what I understand, that was kind of the point, that they were literally Final Fantasy job systems. They work the exact same. But it's a little bit different in like a single-player party-based RPG as opposed to an MMO, which requires a bit more investment in time, among other things, like other than just like literal design differences. It's nice that new people don't get quest locked at the 49 MSQ jump. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, because that's a fucking leap. I remember, like, the original, like, going through it originally, like, I had over-leveled, so I was like, okay, well, maybe I should wind it back a bit, and I completely forgot about that leap. And I had to level from 47 to 49 to get through, and I was like, oh, I guess that's why they throw XP at you for ages and ages. Just gotta grind Zamel to 50, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine, I'm perfectly fine with everything that's happening right now. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more that we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Aldine and Alizé with the ceruleum. Use a promissory note for each of you. Take them to the Sky Steel manufactory in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you what you need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. Thanks, Alizé. I'll take the long way, then. No, that's actually, honestly, a good point. No. Oh, I just want to go to the Foundation, don't I? Yeah. Also, hi, Runway. How's it going? Sorry, when I get into game design talk, I forget that I'm streaming and not just talking to people about shit. Yeah. God, why am I already tired? It's Saturday night, it's barely 10 o'clock, and I'm... Ugh. It's weak. Come on, turn around, thank you. Formalo. You stand in the Sky Steel Manufacturing. What is it you require? Ceruleum, lots of it. Issued by Garland Ironworks, this promissory note is intended for the purchase of the quantity of ceruleum specified thereupon. Which I imagine is a lot. So you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He will be glad to assist you. Okay. Oh, right, airship landing. I believe it was the AA? Okay, time to wait for Hellcake queue, which I imagine will not take an eternity. What level dungeon slash trial is, well, it's not a trial. What level dungeon is that? Like, you did say that you were 43, but I guess I completely forgot it's 28. Right. Jesus. I seem to remember a dip just before, well, before getting into, like, the latter bits of, ARR, but I've been through that so many times now, I'm probably merging them all together in some way. Cerulean. You've come to the right man. Fair warning, though, the price has shot up on account of the uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you've got the coin. I don't know, does this have coin in it? Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem. It's good as gold to me. Oh. Nice. Oh. Afternoon?
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find.
Fuck, what was he doing the last time we saw him? Actually, I don't think he told us. I think he said something along the lines of, look, that's all, I'm done for now. Yeah, Empire stuff. Yeah, that's right. Nondescript Empire stuff, and then he fucked off, yeah. Damn it, Estinian.
I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
Fuel. For a computer? I don't know, I can't remember the details.
For tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed.
This is like the most excited I've ever heard Emmerich. And like, I can't tell if that's just the voice acting in this patch in particular, or like, if he's meant to be that elated.
Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, like, I suppose that's true.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
But, like, even before that, like, Emmerich had, like, sort of a slightly lower tone that belied, like, reservation. But then again, I guess he had, like, missed out on seeing the Warrior of Light, which he's... Yeah. Like, you're basically out here saying we've got the cure for cancer. Yeah, it's like, yeah. So it goes from, oh, my good friend that I haven't seen in ages, we missed you, how are you doing? What, you're curing cancer? Like, that makes sense for it from front to back to sound like that. But it's just very not like him usually, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, it's just something I noticed. Are we back in that empty storeroom again? This is the biggest computer ever made in Eorzea. 30 megahertz. He's usually more reserved, yeah. Yeah, and like, the thing is, I don't... Okay, no, that's ceruleum, it's not crystals. At least I hope it's not fucking crystals. god, it's like just like PTSD of like, why are there crystals here? What the fuck is going on?
Cerulean weighed so much.
Almost like they should really make them look different. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just reused assets, and they are a bit more blue than like ceruleum is implied to be, or shown to be like a very deep blue color. So,
serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
What, did you lug it all here yourself? Sorry, hang on a minute. I think I missed that first bit.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more.
Oh, yeah, no, she did.
Quite a lot more now that I look at it.
That is something I would do. Be like, oh no, I don't need help with that halfway through the task. Yeah, I probably should have asked for help. I'm sore. I'll say asking for help. That's never gonna happen. No, this is true.
Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Oh, is that, Maxim?
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering.
Uh-huh.
But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
I love their relationship so much. Sorry, to explain what just happened then, like, Nero's had, like, obviously, Allagan adjacent clothing before. But the thing was that, like, the thin, sort of tight, leathery, or, sorry, not leather specifically, but, like, Maxim is always a person, or I actually can't remember if that's his fucking name, but that other, person from Garlemald that was working with Asahi feels like he would wear something more similar to that than Nero, and so I was thrown off of like, wait, really? Like, just looking at the outfit, I wasn't sure who it was going to be, because if I didn't have any context for that, I probably would have said Nero, but red, though. True. But, I mean, but then again, Nero had a, like, costume changes, like, I don't know, the fuck, yeah, no. It did make a lot of sense, let's be honest. But, yeah, like, Nero taking every opportunity to be like, I guess we're working together again, Sid. It's just...
Ask Jessie. She was the one who hired you. All I know is you're an employee of the Ironworks now, so you'll bloody well earn your keep.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel, not only across dimensions, but through time.
He comes across more tsundere than anything these days. Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, I guess I say that, but, like, I only read a couple of lines here. I haven't seen him throughout the raids or anything like that, so... yeah.
Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 paths to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Whatever you say, Garland.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
It's also very flashy sunglasses. Alright, what do I do? Do I just sit here and watch, or...?
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
This is kind of too real, because this is bordering on my job now, and I don't know how to feel about it. Like, waiting for things to build and shit like that.
Damn it. It's overloading.
Okay.
She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Graha. Don't blow up the rising stones.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
You know, you could help.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There.
Good job, Graha. You crashed. You crashed the build server.
I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
What? Oh, right. I guess this is... Sure. Okay. It's nice when the Warrior of Light has time to rest. Yeah. Watching a progress bar fill. Invigorating.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
F's in chat.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
I always forget that's what Wedge's voice sounds like. Yeah. It's, I don't know how to put it. Or, like, why it, like, throws... Or, like, why it throws me off specifically. But, yeah, I definitely get that feeling. Forget us not. Alisaie has only one thing on her mind. At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof, but I am quite quietly confident. Well, if we're to test it out on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. Sure of it, as long as you exercise due caution. Yeah. We are experimenting with unknown magic so far. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough. It's funny because, like, when they changed Tataru's voice actor to who plays her now, like, I really actually liked. Oh, excuse me. I really liked the voice she took on. Whereas there aren't a lot of, like, people always seem to, okay, some of the people who've come by chat and, like, you know, watch me stream and stuff like that have said, like, the Lalafels, a lot of Lalafels don't seem to have, like, voices that match, and, like, I feel for the most part, most of them do. Like, one person pointed out that they don't think Tataru's new voice is any good, and I was like, like, I can see that from maybe, like, a personal perspective, but, like, they said it didn't suit her character, and I pointed out that it was kind of funny that, like, between the end of ARR and, the end of, like, 0.0 of A Realm Reborn going into Heavensward when her voice changes, she actually becomes, like, a much more confident character, and thus, like, a more childish, quote-unquote, voice doesn't actually suit her anymore. But, yeah. I forgot they changed Tataru's voice until this replay, actually. Yeah, I mean... Oh, I guess I don't know whether you chalk that up to, like, the voice just fitting and it kind of going over, or if it's been that long, but... Like, I mean, I think her voice, like, really does her justice to the person she ends up becoming. And I don't know, like, people are weird about Lalafels. Like, everyone constantly calling them evil potatoes, and it's kind of like, well, I mean, there is Uldar at Wide, which, fair enough. But that doesn't mean that, like, every Lalafell is, like, that horrible. Oh, this is the moment of truth. All of our hosts bring Garbo to us at once. Papalimo's voice was good. Yeah, Papalimo's was good as well. Yu Hase, the one that still sticks out, though, is, like, Yu Hase's Japanese voice being, like... being, like, so goddamn deep. Like, it so wouldn't fit...
Apologies for the wait.
It so wouldn't fit a character that looks like that I'm like, that's great. Fuck it. I should actually run through this once with, like, the Japanese voices. If I can. Pippin's also suits him.
Gabu, have you been good?
Wait, who's... Why do I not remember who Pippin is? Raban's son. Right, yep. No, he's got a good voice actor too.
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Oh.
Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, fancy
Alfredo
that.
Y'shtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
A computer told us how to cure it. We haven't tested it yet, but...
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic.
Oh.
Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin.
Just right outside the aft castle.
Yes, this will do.
Leveled up twice in... Jesus.
And now, it's my turn.
Did you have any resting XP bonuses, or was that just, like, all of your, like, XP items and stuff like that? A little bit, yeah. I find that does tend to do it.
'Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
You know, I could have helped.
We seek to go where even the Allagans did not. It was never like to be easy.
They also give an XP boost if you're below 17 hours a catch-up mechanic, apparently. Really? That would make a lot of sense.
The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
The Warrior of Light is doing a lot of just sightseeing and kind of sitting around doing nothing, aren't they? Oh, this seems as good a spot as any to have a rest. Vacation patch. yeah, the one right before the patch that opens up into the expansion.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light-corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Yeah, it is. The armory bonus gives you 100% bonus XP to any job other than your highest, up to level 70, then it drops to 50. I don't think that's what, Luca was talking about, though. Because I think, don't know what it would be if it's your highest, though. Or maybe that's it then. Maybe it's 50 until 70 and it's modified from like, and yeah, if it's not your highest, then you get the 100 to dropping to 50 at 70. Like maybe there's just a flat extra 50% across the board there for your lowest, or not your highest rather. Oh, that's on preferred servers. Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
I should, I know. Yet, despite my good intent, I have the feeling that I would only succeed in incurring her ire.
Oh, shit. What? Why? What?
Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Did you literally sprint here after that? Fucking headstrong dumbass, I love you.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gaboo!
Oh my god, it worked.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel
yeah, I was gonna say.
add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use.
Yeah.
As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms.
Yeah, because like we said before, Gaboo's kind of a mild case of like almost pseudo tempering, where it's kind of not taken hold yet. So this is the big scene where I was like, oh, they're addressing literally all of the issues I had with this plan now. Yeah, no, that's good. It's like.
Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence.
Yeah, like they've literally gone, yeah, let's see if it works. It's like, yes, it works. And then Graha's like, okay, hold on. Let's remember a few key things here. Like, this isn't literally just magicking away the problem. This is like, it takes a lot of effort and it doesn't fix everything. I was legitimately questioning the actual logistics of this, like they were about to try distributing a vaccine. Yeah.
All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then, the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first. But I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
You know what's really bad? Not like the plan actually isn't. The plan like doesn't have like massive flaws or anything like that. This requires such a stupid amount of ether. I feel like I don't have to say much more to that. It's just... I sure hope no one finds out we're just stockpiling a stupid amount of ether and ether crystals, because... It also requires such a stupid amount of Porxies, period. Yeah, that's very true.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gabu. But the people here will look after you, all right?
You may have lied
And
before.
I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
Like master, like pupil. What the fuck is that? A trace of a wry smile is visible on Y'shtola's lips. She will be at pains to remind me. I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first. This seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for our cave. What did you lie about, Luca? Wait. Oh, Ishgard and surrounding areas, right? Because it's Idleshire. I think the broom thing may have been more similar than I thought. Oh, to the whole Porxie summoning thing. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you weren't wrong in pointing out that maybe that was just a convenient model swap. Like, yeah. They probably don't have, like, a random broom animated to do the thing the sweeping broom minion does, but... Granted, I said that before I got to this point in the MSQ. Oh, sure, okay. No, I mean, yeah. Right. Oh, shit, I should repair my stuff. I really don't do that as much as I should. What the fuck have I taken all that damage from, though? Like, to be fair, like, when I jump to conclusions like that and go like, oh, that's similar to that thing, it's because the game has done a fair bit of things where it's like, analogous things are actually, Shadowbringers definitely made the actual summoning the Porxie seem like a bigger deal than something like that broom. Well, yeah, that's definitely true. Like, it's not just making a thing animate. It's giving it life, more or less. Oh, right, I am going the wrong way. The fuck was I going? Oh, right, I was going, like, back to the original area. That was dumb. Or the first area of that. Like, there are, like, noticeable differences between the two. It's giving it life and the ability to stir a stagnant soul. Yeah, exactly. That's very different to broom sweep ground. And it's fair to not think that, like, they're too connected, but I guess, like, I was kind of like, and to be fair, like, in some sense, it does make me think that, like, sometimes I'm reaching a bit when I'm like, oh, maybe this is actually connected to that, because it has often it has often put situations in front of us where analogous magics have, like, or the difference between certain magics that look very similar, like, do matter. So, like, yeah, they are connected, but maybe they're distinct enough that it's actually not related at all, that we can't use that as an example. I would read a dissertation on how magic in this world works. Yeah, same here. I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil? Very well. Like, yeah, an actual Sharlayan scholar on the matter would be... No, there she is. Hello, we brought another.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
Yeah, Matoya is, like, unironically one of my favorite characters in this game. Just time-weathered witch who's just seen too much shit, and it's just like seeing a couple of people walk in who haven't been in here in a while. It's like, okay, what do you need this time? Come on, out with it. Don't have all day. And then, like, yeah, oh god, love her.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say that... Alphino, like... You have met Matoya before, right? Like... Oh my god, you naive child.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I am proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
It is. It very much is. Especially the introduction bit, like that. I have grandparents that do exactly that thing, actually.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Aaaaand. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. whatever mess you've made. I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures.
Yeah, it's like no words, just summon it and then explain later.
If I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were.
Sounds like it would require a lot more ether.
Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Pardon? I was half expecting her to, like, hit her staff into the ground and open up, like, a secret passage in the back or something. Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there. Well, that may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars and mayhap a monster or two. But nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, there are no other objections. I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. Send one of my pirogos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. One can't be too careful after all. Off you go. I think that's basically what she did with the first dungeon you did for her, is it not? I think it's basically what she did for all of them, barring the one that was just here. What's the bet this dungeon requires 470? It's alright, I don't think I need the answer. Hey Charles, how's it going? What's your eye level? 466. So it's like not like completely out of requirement for this patch is 470. Yeah, I figured. Alright, let me have a look at expert. What? An expert dungeon will be selected at random. Completion of the following. Hero's Gauntlet. Some other thing. Oh, this might be like a post-patch, or like a late patch roulette or something. Hold up, let's have a look. All of that is very high. Yeah, I guess it's like the base pieces now that are... hang on a second, let me do the math again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 60 divided by 13 is, I'm sleepy. Well, yeah, I mean, it's either incredibly early for you, Charles, or it's really late. DR Expert is constantly updated the most recent 2 of 3 cap dungeons. Oh, okay, yeah. That sounds about right. Right, calculator. It's about 5, isn't it? 60 divided by 13... 4.6, that should be enough. So... yeah, I think I can pretty much outright just buy what I need. Gives a bonus of 50 cap tomestones, and the most recent dungeons are 40, so it's 90 once per day. Oh, that's nice. Do you have the second near raid unlocked? I imagine you could just grind that a bit. Well, like, I think I have enough currency that I can just replace, like, gloves or my chest or headpiece or something like that, and that should be enough, because it gets updated to 490, current is 430, difference is 60, 13 pieces, 60 divided by 13's apparently 4.6, so that should be enough. I'm doing the quest to unlock the second near raid, though, so, yeah. Greetings, Ribbit, and welcome to my good messages relict. Am I reading that right? Relict. A thing which has survived from an earlier period or in a primitive form.
Relict.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, you could just go to the market board and buy some of the new Exarch gear. I think prices have it evened out. Yeah, I did buy a little bit before I finished 5.3. But, like, if I can just get away with using, like, the currency that can only get me 490, save the guild for some other time, then fuck it, I might as well do that. Purorogo is my name, and I am honored to be your guide. Within you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. Must warn you, however, that the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and will, I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it you do not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, only say the word and I shall show you in. Oh yeah, I should have noticed you literally have the weapon. Yeah, no. I only had one piece of it, so it is kind of hard to see. And, like, I had been doing the trust system, but honestly, like, doing the trust system for the capped dungeons was, not giving me as much, yeah, 470, damn. Wasn't giving me the allegories. So, like, if I got past, if I did that, with those dungeons, I'd just be out of currency, which, thankfully, I can actually use now. So, we want to go to Ondo. Yeah, you can definitely get some Crystarium stuff. Yeah, I figure it's either, like, if I can afford it, a chest piece, because that's probably more stats, since it's more expensive, but, you're more. Words. Yeah, like, the average item level doesn't, work the same way that, like, stat distributions for different, like, pieces of gear would work, so, like, I could just upgrade the cheap stuff, but it's probably better just to upgrade the most expensive, since it'll give me a bit more stats for the eye level increase. A 3? Are you for real? Oh, God. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. Hang on a second. Let me double check. So, headpiece, chest piece, gloves, not belt, and pants. So it's probably going to be headpiece or gloves. All of which are the same cost. Oh, fuck me. Why does it do that? Why can't it just, like, show it to me on my existing gear? I don't understand why it does this. Yeah, you know what? I'll take that. That's neat. It's way more expensive than I expected. It's not cheap. Or not as cheap as you'd hope. Or as I would have hoped. Yeah, and that'll do it. Nice. 5 minutes. Okay. Let's see if I can do literally anything for the near raid. I only need to find 3 other people, so... There's a button for it? Oh, really? Hold on a sec. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Try on. Oh! Oh, okay. Good. Because I was like... It doesn't... Like, it didn't really help me when I was looking for, like, pieces I wanted to, like, glamour. That I was like, I want to see what this looks like as part of my outfit, not just by itself. That's neat, though. Got to level 80 without knowing that button exists. Well, I mean, I got to level 80 and then some without knowing that button existed. Like, to be fair, this game has a lot of, like, a pretty comprehensive set of features surrounding, like, stuff like that. Like, specifically aesthetic, that it doesn't really ever tell you about, because, well, I mean, it's just gameplay, like. But at the same time, I wish it had kind of, Actually, wait a minute. Oh, no, there might be side quests that do stuff like that. I don't know. And the button next to that one will remember multiple pieces so you can build an outfit. Yeah, I did notice that. And I figured that was kind of what it was building up to, but... Actually, I just realized I have a person in chat that's actually played Nier now. Well, because I did the raid before I did, the Warrior of Light. And kind of went through this going like, oh, wow. And then, like, the final battle happened, and I was like, wait, what? And I kind of just had to sit there and be like, oh, shit, I can't really talk about that without, like, spoiling something at Automata. Because there's, like, there's, like, a moment where you see 9S that indicates something, or the lack of something, that I almost said out loud and went, that might be a spoiler. Yeah, no, I have no idea what any of the stuff happening in the raids is, even having played both Nier games. Yeah, fair. And, like, to be fair, I wasn't expecting, oh my god, the universes are blending or anything. Like, if it's just a good excuse to have Nier in Final Fantasy XIV, then fuck it. That's fine. And, like, I mean, alternate realities being as they are, like, fucking, you can justify pretty much anything. I'm interested to see what the second raid looks like, though, because... the first one left me with questions. To say the least. I forgot where we got up to here. Oh, just up ahead. Okay, neat. Yokotaro really wants Yoshi P to let him delete people's characters. Like, as... Oh. Get to the final boss in the Nier raid and have the choice to delete your character. That's... Okay. Like, there is, like, no real justification for actually doing that. I think that's kind... Like, tying anything to doing that or something like that is... Okay. Sure are a lot of fucking... bee models around here. It's incredibly Tara, and I very want them to do it. Yeah, like, as putting something in, and as much as my reaction to putting something like that in an MMO is, that is so dumb. No one would ever do that, ever, 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 ever. They could do that. Just, like, as long as it has, like, the 16 prompts of, like, you realize you're deleting your character. Yes. Are you sure? Yes. You're going to lose your character in Final Fantasy XIV, and it's not going to be recoverable. Oh, God, that would be amazing. I would level a character just to do that. I mean, I probably would too, to be honest. So... what the fuck happened here? Like, just the idea that the androids are helping, the machines is like... fucking excuse me? Well, I mean... it's possible that, like, 9S or someone is just controlling all the machines. Let's look at the man who's onto something. Do share. Is it a part of the enigmatic key or a fashionable accessory? Who knows? Not you. Broken kick and bob. It's possible this 9S isn't even our 9S. Yeah, that's very true. Like, well, I mean, I guess, like, time travel shenanigans, it could still potentially be our 9S. Because I was thinking, like, well, again, I shouldn't say anything because, automata spoilers, but, bet that whatever this is it's part of a greater whole. Also, I don't know if you were here, Luca, for this, but goddamn the dialogue that's basically like, yeah, you don't have a choice in doing any of this, just say yes, let's go on. Just acknowledge that you're everyone's workhorse and move on. It's just fucking fantastic. Let's see if we can find any similar pieces. You may be able to reassemble it, if so. Absolutely. Also, the final boss music of the first raid is phenomenal. Like, a amazing mix between the, shit, I haven't been reading these. What was it? Collection? Yeah. The copy factory. Memory of a damaged machine. Oh, brother, where art thou? It's dark. I'm alone. All alone and lonely. I want friends. Don't stop me. I'll kill you. I need friends. Imagine you playing Final Fantasy XIV, having absolutely no idea what Nier is, and then you come to this log, and it's just like, oh. Oh, shit. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, robots and androids and the final moments of a machine going mad or die. Oh. Oh. I love the music for this place already. Yeah.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Pirogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Is that so? Ooh, another summoner. Need to harvest some clay. Clay can be had at the clay cot. Okay. Whoa. Alright, wasn't expecting that. Jesus. Alright. I don't know what the fuck I was meant to do there. Oh, Jesus. Guide blocks the holes in the sides. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh, god damn it. Okay, fine. There we go. Oh my god, we did enkindle at the exact same moment. That was funny. Pass. Alright. Once again, music's so good. Yeah, they're a bit finicky. Just imagine their trajectory is targeting the line and they go a bit past you. Yeah, like, I was wondering if there was, like, a relationship between how long you made the line and how far it traveled behind you. But I also didn't realize that, like, the hole with the monster in it wasn't a viable thing. I just saw hole and went, yes. That's where it go. Alright, come on then. Let's go. Change targets quick enough. going, or... Yep. Oh my god, I've been forgetting to lead with my... When I have, like, Bahamut or Phoenix to summon, like, soon into a fight, I sometimes forget to do Try Disaster, and that really bothers me. Because I should know better. I guess it's just these three, then. Ooh, I was not watching. Gotta have one once every boss fight, I guess. That doesn't feel good. I should have, like, I got hit by the same mechanic 2 times in a row, like, ugh. You're gonna want to pay attention to your party's movements in this dungeon, by the way. The cloud part is noteworthy for being somewhat something that trusts don't spoil. Oh, right, yeah, I see. Whoa. This is a fucking cool area. Alright, so are we going? We sure are. Oh dear. That is a big faux bad. They'll stand up there until you figure out you're supposed to get hit by a spout on purpose. Oh, wow. That sucks. Oh, shit. Should be able to get in here, at least. Yeah. Oh, please no. Wow, that... Oh, no, it died. Okay. I was gonna say, that didn't give me any time to dodge. What the hell? Hot tip, by the way, this dungeon is very quick to grind for gear. Oh, good to know. Alright, what are we fighting? Defeat the Mother Porksy? Oh no. Alright, it's time to bake ourselves a Porksy. Oh wow, that's a big clay Porksy.
Right then. Let's get this over with. Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
That's right, Warriors of Light. Beat the child into submission. Porcupine... What was that second... I was gonna say porcelain, but that doesn't make sense. Oh, there was a piece of loot. Jesus. Wait, which comes first? Okay, good. Oh, that's clever. God, that was a big hit. Alright, I did better that time. Wow, I still got a commendation for that. Okay. Well, I mean, to be fair, it could just be a case of someone leaving and then just giving their commendation to me instead. Because the healer and, because the other person that we're gonna command is, or commend is not there.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more.
So am I gonna get in on this time, or? Oh. Wouldn't he require more to... Oh, I guess it's more transferring the magic, not supplying the Porksy with the ether required to cast it. I guess there's kind of a distinction there, because they're kind of purpose-built to do the thing. Hey, it's not crystal. Or it's not using crystals, but like... I'm glad we avoided that, actually. I was very much like, oh god, if people find out we've just using a bunch of or storing a bunch of crystals.
That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some Porksies. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy.
Oh. Oh, I thought she was going to turn to me.
A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Yeah, this is significantly more efficient and practical for many reasons. Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's not an actual crystal. Did he go back to... Oh, right. No, so, okay, so what happened was, at the end of 5.3, we managed to refine the technique to put soul and memories in the spirit vessel, and Elidibus like casts so much magic using the tower that Graha basically is just turning into a crystal. So in his final moments he stands atop like the crystal tower, assumes his position and just puts his soul and memories into the spirit vessel and then turns into a crystal. So the Graha before us has the soul and memories of the one in the first, but has the body, well, I mean, it's probably a fusion of the both, is the one that close the crystal tower in ARR. Which, actually, so something I thought they were going to touch on, but they kind of just brushed over. I wonder how Graha would actually, like, respond to being told, hey, we've got the soul and memories of you from, like, thousands of years in the future that also went to the First. Like, because it's kind of... Because depending on how that works, it's kind of fucked up to just assume that Graha of the Source in the past would be okay with that. Charles has so little context for much of this lore. Yeah, he mentioned that I don't think he'd seen anything past, like, 5.3, so, like... Yeah, there's a lot. I did love that line from Matoya, like, oh, sure it won't be too much for you, eh? Using my name, you're gonna bloody pay for it. Or you better live up to it.
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the Mother Porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
Refractory period is a bitch, Stoller.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
I mean, you're not wrong.
In addition to the Porksies,
I did kind of get carried through
an
there,
inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
She's going to hang that over your Stoller's head for so goddamn long, and I love that. I didn't see all of the last stream you did. The only thing I remember was Axeman with a weird mask on his face. Oh, yeah. Olidibus, who is taking the form of, Ardbert, as if the game would actually let you rest. Yeah, well,
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
So sad I missed you doing that trial. It's so hype. I died a lot more than I would have liked, to be honest. Like, it really is hype, but unfortunately sometimes, like, when I just don't read the mechanics correctly, or as Wrongway pointed out at the time, like, like, that is the trial that introduces potentially some new mechanics too, and I just don't understand how they work, and I die, for example. Kind of less hype, but everything surrounding that was just, yeah. It was a lot. Especially, you know, a certain shade just kind of turning around and, doing a wave. Curious side thought, have you played, FF4? No, I have not. Yeah, a lot of this is establishing mechanics that will be used in the next expansion as they do. Yeah, which makes sense. Yeah, the MXL moment is there is so good. Yeah, and like, it took me a second to kind of realize what was being implied there until your Stoller basically spelt out one of the possibilities, and then I kind of understood what it was going for. Oh god, that was... That moment just had me like... Wait, no, that's... Wait, what? I don't know if someone clipped that or not, but getting that reaction would have been, getting that reaction in the clip would have been good. Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Y'shtola. They're as peas in a pod, are they not? No, I mean, I guess you could say that. We're now into, yep, trust system, cool. Alright, so I'm gonna take a moment here to take a break, get some more water in that, and then we will continue. Something I really like about Shadowbringers is that you're spending all this time becoming the Warrior of Darkness, dispelling the idea that the Warrior of Light is the ultimate good, and it peaks with you literally killing the Warrior of Light. Y'shtola is just so damn pretty. There's two types of Final Fantasy stream viewers. Yeah, like, I honestly thought that, like, we were gonna take, like, a more direct role in terms of, like, taking on darkness as opposed to just kind of, like, addressing a misbalance of light. But it's still, like, it does that. It does what I was hoping it would do, at a deeper level than the surface level of just, yes, now we wield darkness, and the darkness isn't so bad. It's more like, no, we've presumed that the light is very good, and it turns out that that is not true, and it stems from a very fundamental misunderstanding of what light, Hydaelyn, Zodiac, and Dark actually are. Sorry, Sleepy Charles has one brain cell, and it's to admire Pretty Lady. There's no judgment here, Charles. I think everyone, well, a good portion of the active chat right now is, yeah, we are not immune to Pretty Lady. Fuck, I feel like there was something I was going to add to that. And it peaks with you literally killing the Warrior of Light. Yeah, like, one of the things I really loved about that was more just, like, the literal textual level was, like, the second we speak out as the Warrior of Light, who should come back but to bend the ear of the populace of Norvrand than one of the Warriors of Light? And you can see it in everyone's faces in that scene. It's like, I mean, we can't just take back what we just said, because it's not a lie either, but... yeah, anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. Oh, wait, I didn't rewrite the thing. I was meant to do that while I was talking, but then... Yeah, like, not only, this is just what we do, huh? But... Fuck, that was such perfect timing that there is literally no way to confront this directly, which is exactly what he wants. It was, like, just so perfectly, thought out by Elidibus, which, I mean, at that point is, like, it's well established that he does that shit, but it's just, like, it's also infuriating, because, like, you do it to clear the name of the Warriors of Light, because they weren't explicitly at fault. And then that's immediately exploited to fuck you over. Yeah, anyway, I will be right back. Alrighty. What'd I miss? Fuck, Elidibus. Oh, that his name. How'd your stream go? Charles, it was good. Raged a little too much, but it was fun. Overwatch does that, yeah. Oh, God. I think that's partly why I dropped Overwatch. I just got way too frustrated. Like, I used to main Mercy, and that was, like, a headache. And then, like, I basically stopped playing, and then they nerfed her res ability, and I was like, well, I mean, I guess I'm never playing her again. And that was just it for me. That's why I dropped most MOBA-type games, honestly. Well, I mean, unfortunately, Overwatch also is attached to a company I'd rather not touch ever again. For multiple reasons, but that's a different discussion. We all under level 100 and got paired with level 400 players. Ah, that sucks. Wait, have they really still not addressed the matchmaking issues? That's insane. Also, hi, Diz. I guess you're not, like... I guess you don't have a problem with messages coming up, then? Because, I mean, you're coming up in my, stream thing. That's why I dropped most MOBA-type games. I really enjoyed Heroes of the Storm for what it was. I feel like... Unbanned you. Yeah, I was confused by what you told me about what had happened. Like, honestly, I don't think I've ever heard of that before, but regardless, your messages are coming through now. I used to play a lot of League, and that got to the point of me making me miserable. League has better matchmaking. Yeah, from what I understand, like, the other MOBAs have better matchmaking. Yeah, like, one of the things I actually appreciated about Heroes of the Storm is that you could just pick up a character, learn it in a couple of games, and that was fine. And, like, a lot of the complexity was more, like, map-based than it was, like, character-based. Which meant that, like, you could pick up characters quickly, learn them, and, like, obviously there was still intricacies to, like, how you built it and that, but in a like, there was a lot less barrier to entry to, there was a lot less barrier to entry to understanding and playing characters at a decent level, which is something I usually appreciate. Yeah, and then Blizzard killed it. I mean, the game is still, like, going. From what I understand, it's still getting, like, balance changes and all that, but yeah, like, it's not, it's more like, it's just a side game. It has loot boxes in it. It's probably still making some money, but there's not many people developing for it anymore, which is a shame. But, like, part of that, from what I understand, was also it didn't seem to be getting, a lot of coverage, like, competitively wise, but then again, you could argue that that's kind of Blizzard's fault for kind of fucking over a lot of the esports teams and sowing distrust in how they were going to handle the League and whatnot, but, yeah. I think it makes sense I don't play Overwatch and League anymore, considering the kind of stuff I play now, though. Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Oh no, I have to do Prey Flux soon. Is your shoulder pain better? It's a little better. Like, throughout this stream, it's been fine. It tends to not show until, like, I lie down in bed or wake up the next morning. Like, the pain I'm having, I guess for those who came in late, because I did explain this, like, at the beginning of the stream, or came in later, sorry, not late, that has a different connotation. I spoke to my, stepdad about, like, the shoulder pain I was having. He's been a physio for, like, national level sports, or he's been a physio and trainer for national level sports, in this country, so, like, man knows what he's talking about, to a very, very sensible degree. So I described, like, what I was experiencing, and he reckons it's purely just a posture thing. It's the sort of thing that doesn't go away quickly, but it builds up over time and doesn't manifest quickly. So, like, I'm gonna have, like, a little bit of residual pain going forward, but so long as it's not getting worse, and it seems to be making some progress, then I'm probably getting better. One of the big problems I have, though, is that streaming 14 specifically, anything that requires me to use mouse and keyboard, makes me stretch my left arm out more than is comfortable. Or, sorry, not more than is comfortable. But it has it sitting at not how you should be using a mouse and keyboard, basically. Because of the way I have to put my mic to make it sound decent. Once I get a mic arm, that won't be a problem, but, like, until that happens, I need to be careful what I stream and how long I stream it, and I have to monitor kind of how I'm feeling every day. The good news is that it should be relatively easy to address, because get mic arm, sit at desk properly when streaming everything, done. Like, that's literally all it is. I was having some back pains last week due to the provisory crappy chair I have, no arm support. Yeah, that'll do ya. Like, and unless you're sitting at your desk correctly, that's gonna fuck you over. While drawing for 2 to 3 hours a day, I think lack of support for both arms can cause that. Yeah, like, that was basically it. Like, like, the particular part of my arm that, or shoulder rather, that seems to be, hurting the most, or seems to be, like, taking a lot of the pressure is the bit that kind of helps you hold your arm up. Which means that, like, there is a very obvious solution. Just have my arm resting on something basically at all times. That works. But sitting at my chair properly also would. Getting a mic arm definitely does a lot for posture, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because unfortunately at the moment I have to kind of rearrange my desk to, or rearrange everything on my desk to make sure it can fit that and have the mic in front of me. Second I get a mic arm, that's good. I'll be ordering one over the weekend. I've got an eye on what one I want. So, yeah. That should be solved, hopefully soon. But anyway, let's keep going. Alphino is eager to deliver the good tidings to Limsa. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in the Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure an audience. Oh, wrong thing. It's one of the first things I got when I started streaming because I would always slouch so hard when I'd stream. Now I have perfect posture. Yes, as displayed by the Sex Mario. Okay, sorry. I feel like I have to address the fact that I, like, almost loathe having to say what that emote is. I actually, like, Skeleton Mario T-posing is like, yeah, okay, that's cool. I can't remember why it's Sex Mario, and I'm just like, oh, I kind of hate it just because of the name now. My Sergeant Felspark, ever a welcome sight. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Oh, I can't look now. Tidings for the Admiral, you say? She is presenting guests. God damn, that's an awesome outfit. Black, red, and gold, I tell you. It's literally just called Sex Mario because that's what Claire called it. Okay, yeah, like, I didn't know if there was any reasoning beyond that. I just know the name caught on, and I was kind of like... It's unfortunate, because it doesn't feel... I don't know why, maybe this is just me, but it doesn't feel great to say. But I guess that's the point. It's better than Beast. You know what? That is fair. You, me, and Charles understand what's being said right now, and practically no one else. She's presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she will make an exception. Follow me. Holy shit! They're actually speaking with the Sahagin as well. My friends, what brings you here this day? Hey look, that problem you talked about is being addressed. Thank you! Oh, it's really Captain. Is this true? I, the Navigator. A cure for tempering. As often as I'm in awe of you, Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it. Here in Limsa, and production of more familiars has already begun. Admiral. Fuck, hot is supposed to be in the sentence. It's a really hot Admiral. It's really odd. Yeah. Sorry, I tripped over repeating the joke that Luca made, and then just went, wait, I shouldn't be repeating the joke that someone made in chat better than I did. By virtue of not tripping over my own words. And production of familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace. Yet I fear it will take much more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. Even to speak thus divides us. Oh god, are they becoming my favorite again? Oh, don't do this to me. She's like the first one that's been like, Beastman, though? Oh god. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For those summoning in the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. This is literally picking up on the thing they left in fucking A Realm Reborn. Damn. All right, I think I'm gonna talk more about this afterward, but let's keep this going. We had to resolve the primal problem once and for all. We must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. It was I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores, some 7 centuries past, we Luminsons have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as possible. So I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time that I followed suit. Hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbours in Vilbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye. Acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them? Is that meant to be flounder? I'm given to understand that their leader, Captain Heelfear, has been bedridden for some while with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads, a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. You get a bit more context for this with the rogue job quests, by the way. Oh, interesting. Like later ones, or like from the beginning? Because I imagine the rogues. Oh, sorry, you're saying rogue, not ninja. My bad. So I don't know if anyone mentioned this before, but she has a bit of a history with the bloody executioners from the 1.x storyline from the start. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting too. Well, I guess it, you know, hasn't been touched upon because like this game is 2.0 and onward. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. They literally tried to assassinate her. Indeed. I have tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, and they have learned naught of any value. I'd say we could look into that. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sicard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. Founder means to sink or to fall to the bottom from the same root as foundation. Yeah, I guess I'd never seen that word used in that way before. To founder. Person who manufactures articles of... Yeah. One that founds or establishes, to become disabled, to give way, to become submerged, to come to grief. Interesting. Yeah, never heard it used like that before, but... So learn. New vocabulary. Yeah, they like pretty much picked it up from exactly what happened the last time this happened and went, yeah, that's what the Admiral thought, and she basically all but says, I was wrong. That was dumb. I should have been striving to do. What the fuck? How dare you, sir? Fucking... Excuse me? I'll be honest, I'm surprised you can even enter that as a name that you can use in this game, considering. But... Sorry, anyway, I got distracted by seeing them. It's probably a capital I in there. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that could definitely be the case. Although I mean, you can get rid of that too. Like, yeah, it's whatever. I wonder if he's actually dressed like him. I'm sorry, hang on, we have to stop this. Yeah, no, yeah. That's the outfit. Only proper case allowed? Oh. Oh, really? That's interesting. Huh. I mean, it's either an oversight that you could use capital I's, or they just let you name yourself characters in this game. Which, like... I mean, you could probably... Like, a capital I is not, that far off. Like, that should have been a thing that was thought of, if that's the case. Anyway, that has no bearing on anything. Yeah, like, I actually really like the way they did that. They didn't just go, oh, the Admiral's been doing stuff in the background the whole time. We didn't just leave it there. It's like, no, the Admiral was wrong. She had given up. She kind of resigned herself to the fact that that was just how things were here. And through your example, she's gone, no, that was dumb. I should be making efforts to do that. And that's really good. Anyway, my bad for disturbing the stream. I was going to ask if it was... if what was okay. Oh, so I don't know if... What do you mean, Diz? I'm a bit confused. I mean, I guess... that's my character. Very, very funny. Yeah, I guess I'm... I guess I am happy now that I picked, the Maelstrom. Because it turns out that, like, Melwerb is the most, like, clearly behind the cause enough to, like, outright admit that she was just fucking wrong. Which, actually, I walked away from the quest marker. I'm an idiot. Oh, actually, no. There was something I wanted to check. Before I go. 9,000 seals. I might have enough for a rank up. Told you, she's the most competent. Yeah, I completely take that back then. Because then the things that remain about the leaders of, Uldar and Gridania are far more egregious than that. Like, again, I think the reason I did put so much on the Beast Quest stuff, or, sorry, the, Beast Tribe stuff. Beast Man, god damn it. I kept talking about the bloody quests, or the quest, terminology. I think the reason I clung to that a lot was because it is, like, directly plot relevant, and the fact that that was her bad point made her personally a bit worse worse than the others in my opinion, because that is literally the big conflict of the game. Obviously there are problems with the others, like Uldar is like ultra capitalist wet dream, and then Gridania has like a mostly unspoken but shown problem with like racism. Like those are, yeah, oh god, it sounds weird, but like I always look at it from a narrative perspective, and it really sucked that like the thing that faults Milwerb is a thing that is literally killing the planet. Like, forcing the tribes to do shit like summon their primals is literally killing the planet. At least the others are making, like, steps towards that. And it felt like Melwerb was so close to actually being right in that regard and being my favorite, that the fact that she trips up at the end is like, damn it! Why? But yeah, like... Fuck, I felt like there was somewhere I was going with that, just as like a little wrap-up thing, but again, I've lost my fucking point. Lost my point in my thought process. I love Melwerb, best nation leader. Yeah, I think that's actually correct now. Like, she's not just kind of going, the beast tribes, that's just how it is. She's going, no, I was wrong. I should be making more progress in that regard, and that's good. Without spoiling, this patch is surprisingly great despite taking place right after 5.3. Luca, Bimbo Cat Food, has pretty much said the exact same thing, so... I'm, curious to see where the rest of this will go. Now... I think it's you I go to for a promotion. To qualify for your next promotion, you must complete the trial, as well as complete rank 2 in the Grand Company objectives for your hunting log, according to... Oh, fuck. Ah... Goddamn hunting log. Wait, I thought I'd beaten rank 2. Are you fucking for real? Oh my god. It's honestly really appreciated that they're actually giving us time in Limsa to focus on their problems, considering how much of the game focuses on Uldar. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, the fact that, like, the big, like, the major events in Eorzea, in A Realm Reborn, basically focuses on Uldar, gives more room to kind of explore, like, the complexity of their problems, rather than just kind of brushing it aside like they have with Gridania to a lot, or Gridania to a certain point, and definitely Limsa. I hope they do more of that in the future. Like, it feels like wherever they're going with the next expansion, it's going to be Eorzea focused, so it feels like it's going to have a lot more room to, like, really start to send home the storylines of those nations. But, yeah. I hope they take that opportunity, honestly, because I feel like, especially in Uldar, I feel like that ending to, like, Nanamo's whole arc was fine, but unsatisfying given where it started, if that makes sense. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know about this Sicard. It was insufficient. Absolutely. Like, even if I were to accept that maybe this is an okay, an okay place to end up for now, which honestly I don't think it was, the fact that they haven't built upon it or taken any opportunity to, like, re-examine it after kind of an expansion of stuff, like, yeah. If you could approach the pirates, Aldine, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. Why are you making me deal with the pirates? Oh, I guess I am. I guess I am part of the Maelstrom, hey? Yeah, it kind of makes sense. I need to be on the top floor for that, and I need to be on the top floor for that. Marauders Guild. And basically the outer castle. Like, I could kind of accept it as, like, a step towards the end of its storyline. Because, like, the whole point of that was to show, or at least prepare Nanamo for not having Ralban with her. Like, to deal with the Syndicate, to deal with running the place, how she kind of looks at problems that affect Uldar. Like, basically showing that she's taking steps to kind of make sure she's in a good position to do that. Because Ralban is one of her, like, most trusted confidants in that regard. And whilst I think that the way she did it was, like, we've really taken a step back from, like, deposing the monarchy and dissolving the Syndicate, it was at least, like, if they go further with this, it'd be nice. Yeah, it's a bit underwhelmed by the end of that arc in Uldar because of how they hype it up. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, and there is something to be said for, like, maybe there's some naivete in thinking that that was the best way to go about it from the start. Like, just going straight to it instead of, like, you know, wrestling back control into the hands of the monarchy and then letting everything go, if that makes sense. But it feels like we got to, like, step one of a more incremental solution that's, like, 25 steps long, if that makes sense. Yeah, anyway. Oh, hello again. Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save for that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy. I do not know what that means. Thalassocracy. The term thalassocracy can also simply refer to naval supremacy in either military or commercial sense. Ah, okay. So, more or less just... Oh, a thalassocracy is a maritime empire. Okay, sure. Right. Right. In Limsa Lominsa, the people who rule the seas rule Limsa Lominsa, more or less. Permits us to attack only Gallian... sorry. This is a naval nation. Is probably what the sense he's using it here. Permits us to attack only Gallian vessels. Yet these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the Executioners are less forward-looking. Cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not like to share it with their rivals, but mayhap you will have more luck. Yeah, I don't know about that, but we can always try. Oh, for fuck's sake. Roswin. I don't think we've ever got anything out of you. Eh? You want to know about Aaaaand? He's a wily bugger, is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for Moenskate's place at all Hilfir's side. There was a time we raced the Executioners for our pick in the Empire's fleet, but the Garleans are gone, and them days are with them. Owing to which, we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet, with that jumped-up bilge rat, Aaaaand landing the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we Sirens are struggling, mind. We do well enough guarding fishing boats with from the fishbacks and other beasties. Bloody... Get the first pick of the produce for our trouble, see? Quality stuff at a bargain price. This we pass to our sisters as can't sail... Our sisters as can't sail on account of getting old or wounded or with child. And they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Fishback sounds like a fucking slur. It does. In fact, it sounds far too close to a slur for Mexican people. It's too close. It's way too close. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it a slur? In this world, it probably is considered one, but considering the opinion of beastmen, like, a lot of people in Limsa probably don't actually see it that way. But yes, it is a slur, and it has it is very unfortunately close to an existing one. Like, icon is considered a bad word by beastmen as well. Well, I mean, there's a difference there, like... That would be like saying that like the difference there is that you're talking about like the different namings of a phenomenon as opposed to a word that is literally meant to be derogatory. Like, that's different. A result of them believing the primals are their actual gods. Yeah, like it'd be a bit closer to how in the first like if you consider how umbral is light and astral is darkness, when we're talking about the forces of those forces in the Source and the First, if someone got offended over you calling the light umbral. Like, that is closer to, no, that's our god, not an icon, or whatever you called it. Like, it's both, right? The difference is that, like, icon is not meant to be a racial thing, for one. Yeah, it's just not really the same. Oh, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong. But when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, life of peace and quiet ain't all bad. I feel like that's the first time we've actually got information out of her. Or at least in the MSQ. Again, there's probably stuff in, like, the rogue quest line and that. Now that I have a bit more insight into what that actually entails, or may entail. Ugh, excuse me. Where are we going? No. Need to be quicker to do this. She's also part of the Marauder questline in 1.0. I feel like she wasn't in, like, 2. Whatever. Interesting. Then again, it's been so long since I did that like, I honestly couldn't tell you whether she was involved or not, and to what degree. See, everyone was returned. Now, who would like to go first? No, okay. Interesting. So just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sicard turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before, but no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they are coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbour Herald. The publication has been investigating the secrets of the executioner's good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hoary Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes. My suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and the thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have been made an appearance of late, suggesting that the Kobold and Sahagin lack the means with which to summon them. Okay. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? Oh yeah, flood the market with crystals by stealing it from them, which would depreciate the value of crystals, and yeah. All indications point to that conclusion, yes. Though we have no hard evidence as yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I have already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Okay. Is this a stocks mission? No, it's a bit more grounded than that. It's also technically not a crime and would also be looked as a public service. Yeah, exactly. Like, they're stealing from people who would seek to harm Limsa Lominsa. That's easily justifiable to pretty much anyone in the city. The search for Sicard. Alphino has the look of a man with a plan. How many times has that quest text been used? I swear to God that happens... I swear I've seen that at least 3 times now. That I can recall. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Limsa Lominsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Oshon's Embrace in Lower Lenosha, shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Jesus, it's been a while since I've explored anywhere outside of the cities in Limsa. Or outside of the city in Limsa. Alpha's really good at acting like a shady person. I don't even know if shady is the right word for that. Well, Nosha is such a pretty area, I always pick it as my starting location. Yeah, like, I've taken it upon myself to pick out, or to do all of the starting quests in the areas and that, and also go through, or, like, get a character that starts in each of them, and then get a character that goes to, at least, or have characters that are at least in, all of the, Grand Companies as well, to see if there's much difference. Grand Companies, from what I understand, don't. So I pretty much just picked it for aesthetics. But yeah, like, I like Limsa the most, I think. Gridania is just kind of whatever, and Uldar, whilst interesting, is not as compelling, honestly. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Gridania is literally just a forest. Yeah, exactly. Wait, if he truly is in league with the bloody executioners, he will surely be wary of those allied to the Admirable. The Scions, not least of all. Yeah, that'll be Graha. Compared to yours and Aldine's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Graha's right. And even if you aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. That's fair. Genteel? But very well. I'll leave it to you, Graha. Got business with me, Catboy? You're the crystal wholesaler? You fucking dork. Shocked that Alphino is shocked at being called genteel at this point. Yeah. Yeah, you'd really think he'd kind of been like, yeah, okay, now I get it. That I am, but you're no merchant, so what do you want crystals for? Come on, Graha, you can do it. Don't look at us, you idiots. You'll give yourself away. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? You need crystals to make staves like that fine specimen you've got there. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. Saved. Just gave him his own out there lol. Yeah. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. Takes time to establish trust, you understand? Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over price. And now you're talking his language. Alright. It's plain that's no ordinary crystal adorned in your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. Saved by his weapon. I gotta say, doing the MSQ as a healer for the first time, and it's painful. Graha, you fucking moron! He's literally right there! It seems to be working. Let's follow them. Yeah, I honestly considered leveling as a white mage with one of my characters, but he's so giddy, it's adorable. Yeah, he's like, oh my god, I'm on an adventure now. Holy shit, this is great. Graha is very cute, and I love that the merchant literally calls him a Catboy. Yeah. Which is probably a... I mean, speaking of slurs. I mean, it's not inaccurate, and it's like, it's what we call them as well, right? But it's... Yeah, like, from our understanding, Catboy. You exactly know what that is. That's what you call boys who are cats, who have cat features. But, yeah, within this world... like, calling the animalistic part of a person into focus when speaking with them in the background of everyone, like, despising beast tribes doesn't... they're literally a race with a culture and history, so, like... Oh... what do you mean by that? Finally got to Scholar and it's woof, so I want to try White Mage because I know that term. Oh, really? Wait, what was so oof about, Scholar, Charles? They went into that tunnel quietly now. I mean, I'd say would be a sight, quieter than Graha. I mean, like, from our POV, catboys are just fiction. We call them catboys because it's just a descriptive word to call them. Right, whereas, like, calling someone a catboy who is, like, a race of people with a culture and history. Sorry, yes, I get you now. Yeah, like, we're talking about them as fictional characters and giving them names that literally describe them, whereas using that same thing to talk about a real race of people is... yeah. Didn't find any finer. Especially not for the price. Oh my god, they do look exactly like the fucking cerulean shit. Indeed. I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's your worry. They're from I haven't had to say this in a very long time. Ogomoro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So, how much do you want? The fairies part I don't understand. How to I think the term is rotate the skills. Okay, I haven't touched Scholar yet, so I'm unfortunately a bit behind the 8 ball on that. Yeah, it's weird that this is literally just the same asset in the same patch. Yeah, it's... yeah. Gormoro, taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly. Sicard, I take it. I'm Sicard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, scions. You already guessed that was the case. Why are you surprised? We also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, you see. Comes with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So, we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for? You were bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favour. We came here to learn why the Bloody Executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa Lominsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. Yeah. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. No, not yet. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet's because we don't... Because we don't want no one talking about our business. Wait. Just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Him, especially. While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirty in their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Ugamaro and battered bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. So he is wearing the... Yeah. Yeah, also, yeah, that's just a gun. It's like, okay, you have a gun. Summons Demi Bahamut. You're gonna threaten me with a gun? Like, really? When he said her and then the camera shifted to Ali, I was like, huh? Why do you have respect for Ali? Yeah. And then she talks about, like, slaying Titan, and you would have been like, Alizé wasn't there for that. What the fuck are you talking about? And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the Beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors, we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. With the Galleons gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on except the Beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Ah yes, because depriving the desperate Beastmen tribes of Vilbrand is exactly the same as preventing an Imperial Empire from being... Fuck, I tripped over that sentence. You're literally... Yeah, alright, Summoner. Do ARR full party raids sometime? Do ARR full party raids sometime, though, for story. I do plan on doing a lot of that, like, after I've wrapped up the patches. That will happen, but... Yeah, Beastmen to the Galleons, really. That's your comparison here. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face. Unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Ooh. Now he's getting the sharp tongue everyone else has. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright. I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Astalecia. I trust she won't turn down the invitation. Luca, now that you've told me what happened in the Rogue quest line, I'm like... Why would you think she'd agree to this? And it's like, oh wait, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Good job, Graha. He's doing the thing. Yeah. Good. Sassing the fuck out of them. On rough seas. Alpino is keen to report back to the Admiral. Thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa are not to be trifled with. All's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation has had the desired effect, and Sicard has agreed to a meeting. Let us hurry back to Limsa and pass on the invitation to the Admiral. The thing with the executioners right now is that there are very factions within it now that the captain is laid out, all vying to take over. Right. So the executioners you're dealing with in the rogue quests of faction, not the fraction, not the entirety. Right. I see. Oh my god. Like, man, I appreciate having the extra teleports, but having to do another press every time I warp anywhere is annoying. Huh. I didn't know the audio was a proximity to your camera as much as... Butchered all those sentences. I'm glad you understood what I said. Nah, it's all good. I figure early morning brain rot. I figure early morning late night brain is probably doing that. Maybe it's because I'm starting to get tired too that I'm just like, no, that made sense. Yep, I got that. Actually gonna summon someone different. Yeah, fuck it. It's just past 6 AM. Jesus. You can choose camera-based or character-based listening positions. Oh, interesting. I actually don't know which I prefer, to be honest. Honestly, the fact they even have the option is interesting. Sergeant Felspark, your companions have reported to the command room. Will you be joining them? I sure will. Welcome back, my friends. What news? Sicard's a coward and won't meet with you in Limsa. So they've been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sicard's invitation, and I would have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present to bear witness. Oh, we're meeting with them on a ship? Oh boy.
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Yeah.
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen.
Why?
Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Just let us kill all the natives in Eorzea. Why won't you just let us do that? Like, that's fucking what he's saying. Fucking Christ, man. If I remember correctly, this is... Why is this such a big deal? I know... Well, it's because they can get coin from it, right? You keep them in the position where they're afraid and they're gonna try and, like... and try and build up, crystals so that they can profit from it. That's it. Keep them exploitable is basically it. Like... Because her HW voice got a bit of flack. This is the same VA she had in 2.0. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind. I didn't mind 2.0. I didn't mind her Heavensward voice. This kind of hits the center, I feel, which is pretty good, honestly.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Christ.
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive.
And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom.
That's another thing I need to look into is the Bosnia stuff, because that, like, apparently that's been like side content in this game for at least a couple of patches into where I am now, but yeah, I haven't seen a lick of it.
When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then?
Ah, relic weapons, of course.
Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a Kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all the Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us?
I don't wanna, is basically his fucking reasoning there, and there might be something to the framing of this that makes it look like these guys are just holding on to like a glorious part of their past history. I'm sure there's some message in here, but it's too late for me to really think of it at the moment, I think.
Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
Are you suggesting this is political? No, of course not. That'd be crazy.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Oh. Well.
It's the captain! Captain Ilfir! Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Lemsa Laminsa.
Also, I don't want to get too past it, that they literally clashed bullets, and then Sicard took a shot, and Millward literally just head dodged it. Like, read him like a book.
At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay?
Nothing personal. Yeah, like, I can imagine just, like... and then shooting him in the leg like, this isn't fair. But no, she shot him in the leg.
What the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Yeah, there it is.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
I can't believe that within a couple of quests, they have completely redeemed this entire nation in my eyes. Because one of the things that I was left with when this whole thing was left, in terms of like the nation's kind of identity as pirates, Milwerb's kind of laxness with the Beastmen and that, it really felt like there wasn't much more to them than the fact that they were just a nation of pirates. And they managed to, within a couple of quests, personify that view and show how Melverb, at least from now on, is juxtaposed against that. That is not just the only thing that Limsa is. Like, it has a legacy of that, sure, and that may still exist so long as, you know, the Empire's in trouble and they need to defend their seas and that. Like, some aspect of that will continue, but this just turned around my opinion of Limsa, like, entirely. Melwerb, the pirate, like, what it means to be a pirate in Limsa and all that, like, holy shit, that was so damn good. Yeah, this patch does a lot to make the real Limsa more visible in the MSQ as opposed to having to do unrelated side content. Milwerb is incredibly good at what she does. Yeah, no, 100%. God damn. So fucking good. Though I had anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hailfear would intervene. Full glad am I that he did. Oh, sorry, I missed Diz's comment. Sorry. Couldn't respond to the White Mage thing because I was suffering on the vault with 3 party eating every Vol and stack up. 1, the vault, oh god. 2, having to do that. That sucks. I hope they go into more detail with Gridania later. Gridania definitely needs it. Yeah, 100%. Like, Uldar needs, like, a capstone to their storyline. Gridania needs to be explored a lot more. This is seriously, like, just completely wiped away any problems I had with, like, how Limsa has been portrayed and where it's going. And, like, the writing in this game has been good. I did not think they were going to turn this around within a couple of quests. It's kind of nuts that that was done, like, so well. And, like, yeah, I could gush about this act. This might actually be my favorite moment of Shadowbringers. Period. Well, I mean, it's definitely up there, but like, it's that one gif of The Office where like Michael slams the desk and goes, "Thank you." Like, this is exactly what I wanted. After just not having anything to do with Limsa for ages. Okay, moving on. Full glad am I that he did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbours. Direct hit. This is Catharsis the patch. Yeah, pretty much. Great ship Vilbrand. Oh, that's... For the first time in a long time, Milverb's course is clear. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can be first wrested from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leveling White Mage Astrologian as your alt jobs is fine, but MSQ is a pain if you're not doing Summoner Scholar due to the repetitive DPS rotation. I mean, do you really need that much of a rotation? Like, if anything, I feel like actual DPS rotations, once you get to a certain point, don't have much room to breathe during quests or anything like that. Like, you don't actually get to do them so much as you get to do, like, the one part of it that's actually kind of powerful like, within a snap. White Mage leveling is literally arrow, stone, 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 stone. I mean, I suppose, but, like, I don't know that I personally find that more annoying than, okay, like for Summoner, it's dots, fucking, edgy assaults, energy drain, pain flare, dreadworm trance, spam, AoE, hit death wave, or death flare, sorry, and oh, I don't get to do any of the cool shit. Dancer is incredibly fun. I'm changing to Dancer once I hit 60 because, one, I just think it's more fun, and two, dancing to Leggy. Dancing to Leggy. That's good. Leave it to us, who will open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagin swarmed at our hulls in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered a covenant with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobolds shall go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Aye, inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lanosia, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed. And on it went, till every elm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. Oh my god, it's actually going into the... Oh my god, this patch is so fucking good. What the hell? BRB, gonna make breakfast. Oh, no worries, Diz. Enjoy. This is not history, you understand. It is the present, fresh and raw. And with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their tempered. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. Milverb has clearly had a lot of time to reflect and think about all of this. Yeah, like, it's interesting from a writing perspective too, because they didn't do a thing where a bunch of stuff had happened off screen and Milverb just happened to be different at this point. It specifically included the fact that it left off with Milverb kind of believing that peace wasn't an option, and specifically played off of that. Like, it could have done a lazy thing and just said, hey, here's the new Milverb. But no, it actually started from the foundation that had been left, and within a few quests, built that out to, like, actually addressing the problems with that mindset, with the mindset of Limsa, like, going into the actual details of the agreement with the kobolds, like, it's just so well written from a lot of different perspectives, and I am in love with this right now. Like, it's a bigger version of that time where in ARR they kind of made the only female villain basically basically a sex object to the big bad when it comes to the Empire. Like, Nero's doing his engineering stuff, the other guy is, like, you know, out in the field and shit, and Gaius basically says to Lucia's sister, my bedroom 30 minutes. And she's also madly in love with him, and it's like, ugh, that's kind of shitty writing. But then later in Stormblood, you see that, like, there is this, like, pervasive view through some of the soldiers that women can't actually make it in the military, that they must have... Like, it doesn't just leave, like, a bad point, it kind of tries to build on it and integrate it into the story. So it's not just that one character, it's not just the bad writing of ARR, we make that into, the Empire is actually kind of sexist, which, given the rest of its problems, is not surprising in the least. But, like, this is another example of that. Something was left off unsatisfying back expansions ago, and they don't just rewrite it or retcon it or anything like that. They start from that point, acknowledge it, and build off it, and it's much more satisfying in that way. The Empire is incredibly racist, fascist, and cares deeply about traditional family values. Yes. I don't know, where have I heard that phrasing before? But yeah, like, it's that kind of thing, right? Where it's an interesting scenario, because there's not a lot of places where you can look at existing writing you have to incorporate and think about the ways that you can make what is sometimes bad writing or unfortunate plot points being dropped and never stated, and how you work that into the narrative to make it still consistent. It's very rare that you get to see examples of that, but rarer still that someone, like, pulls it off really damn well, and consistently, too, so far. Fingers crossed. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them and personally deliver the cargo along with apologies. I almost compare this to, like, long-running comics. Yeah, like how some issues of Spider-Man comic will go, hey, for more context on this, go for this comic. But it's a video game, so you experience it all linearly and it doesn't need the citation. Yeah, exactly. And granted, like, obviously to some degree it is more similar to that in that, you know, like, not everyone's going to remember the exact circumstances of what happened in ARR in terms of these plot points, right? But again, the way that this game will bring up the past specifically to cite, like, why things are the way they are, or not leave sort of details about, that could have been connected unspoken unless it's purposefully a mystery, the way that does that pulls people back to, hey, this was actually a thing earlier on. And it doesn't need to do too much to kind of bring that into the focus. Because, again, like you said, it's experienced linearly as a story. It's a little bit different. But nonetheless, the game is also making sure that it's pulling back, it's touching upon the things that have happened in the past to make sure these actually hit home. Which... I wish I could gush about this for longer, but I still want to power through. Also, I'm sorry, we're just going to give the kobolds a bunch of crystals? The tempered kobolds? Personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Yep. Aye. Given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish. He is the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guests on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. You know what would actually be really fucking funny right now? Is if later in this questline, we have to do Titan hard again. Like, the level 50 post-leveling version of Titan again. Just to reference that one point in the story at some point, I think it was in, like, Heavensward or Stormblood, where we just had to do the level 50 Titan encounter. That would be fucking hilarious. God. That would actually be amazing. Like, that's one of those things that I'm like, yeah, that would be very annoying. You should still do it. I was really impressed by how much they managed to cram into this patch in terms of story. Yeah, because, I mean, it is very much it's clearly like a reflectory period for a lot of nations. And I hope it's the thing going forward, because it sounds like the nations have to actually reconcile with their history a lot more, and where they have and have not succeeded in actually bringing peace to their respective nations. Like, if this is the thing, if this is kind of the thing they're going for early on going forward, then fuck, I'm all for this. Because it really feels like it's going to culminate in, like, something in Eorzea. Like, we're not going to go specifically to, like, another world where there's another story, like in Shadowbringers, but this does somewhat feel like they're getting close to wrapping up. Yeah, well, I mean, there was There was a comment from someone in... there was a line in 5.3's closing cinematic that was basically saying the final conflict on this star, and it's like... Oh. Oh. Okay, then. Yet a single death on the Cobalt side would jeopardize our chance at peace, and they're my venture founders. Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's Chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life. Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So, friends, what think you of our strategy? The effect of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of ether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alizé would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I'm not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do. It's what Tesleen would do. And had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure that priest, or die trying. I believe in you, Alizé. I'm officially level 15, I'm not even done Titan yet. I believe in you too. You and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. I love this JoJo-ass plan music. Yeah, it's great. There was something I wanted to say about one of the arcs in this patch, but since I don't know if you already went through the relevant scenes, I'll wait for a bit before saying it. Yeah, I appreciate that, Diz. I don't think there are too many quests left in this. I feel like we're probably more than halfway through. Like, it seems like these like patches have like 9 to 12 quests in them. So like, I feel like we're in the back half. We're probably in the back half of this by now. It's settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We'll join you there anon. Did the password thing already wrap up? You mean unlocking the password for the archive thing? Where we called on Sid to make the computer? Because, yes, that did wrap up. Alright. Password. Well, if you're about to talk about Boja, I haven't done, like, literally anything to that. So. Alfino wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us, and focus on your own task. Indeed, and should you want for ether, you need only say the word. Gabu? Gabu, did you follow us here? Ooh, like, revisit 1.0 stuff? I was just thinking that the other day, and it'd be pretty cool. Oh, yeah. That would be pretty neat, honestly. Like, having a true reflection on how far this game has come would actually be kind of appropriate, given where the game is going. Something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express, state, say. Please let me come with you. Please. It's like poetry, so that... I can't see that and not hear it in that voice. It's impossible. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. Hold on, I just noticed why is Alf's tie so small. This was his outfit in up until Shadowbringers, I think. So this is, yeah, it's just Tataru's design, because I don't know, I guess she thinks that's cute. I don't know. Sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zardar of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to the Ungamero mines at once. Ungamero, sorry. Yeah, like Sims 14 Classic would be a terrible idea. Have the Boja thing be a revisit to 1.0's overworld, but with a different progression system like those kind of content tend to have. Yeah, that would definitely be interesting. I don't know if like side content or main content would be the best for that, but vestigial tie. I don't know what that word means. I can't remember the definition, but I get the gist. Fuck it, let's look it up, because I've been looking up enough words as is tonight. Google. Vestigial. Forming a very small remnant of something that was once greater or more noticeable. So basically, there was a tie there. It's gone now. Huh? Oh, right. At the, oh my god. Oh, please. Please tell me we have to do Hard Titan again. Oh my god, I actually... Like, I was joking before, but I kind of unironically want that, because it'd be so goddamn funny. This area is so impossible to navigate. Yeah, I guess that's the point. Oh, okay, we're doing a thing. The 8th Rite will bear us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan, as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alizé's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them and let Aaaaand do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. You still got the bodies there? Jesus. Hello. We have arrived. Ah yes, salt in the wound.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa.
Oh, I guess she's no longer pronouncing it as Melverb. Oh. Oops.
I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye. Just as we thought.
Now, Alizé! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Yeah, it is, like...
None pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
Don't worry, I got y'all. Hopefully. Blow him up, Admiral.
You're in my sights.
Hell yeah. Alright. 4 times.
Just what we need. You're not alone. There.
You're in my sights.
Hi, Obscene Scenery. How's it going? Just in the middle of,
Here you are, Alexander.
untempering, Zada. I forget his title. God damn it. Okay. That's gonna be fucking rough. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Ugh.
More! I need more ether!
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I say that like, ah, yes, I'm just, you know, casually doing this little trial thing here, and then I immediately fuck it up. Okay, well...
Just a little more!
Oh, my God. Oh, dear. You brave son of a bitch. Oh, there goes fucking Demi Bahamut. Alright, well, I guess it's my turn now. Oh, no. Shut up. Oh my God, don't fucking do this. Oh my God. If you kill Melwerb after what just happened, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. Oh, I didn't get the last one off because he moved. Fucker. Didn't even use it. Oh my god, no.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Angela.
Did it work?
What?
What is the meaning of this?
I remember people complaining that we never saw Milverb fight in story duty. They made up for it here.
They died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
No. 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 Why? Why would I do such a thing?
Did it work on all of them? Yeah, this is kind of fucked up. Like...
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
Oh my god, he remembers.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
'Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Yeah. Yeah, she really is. Alright, hang on a second. I'm going to catch up on this a little bit before I talk. She's fine. I remember people complaining that we never saw Melwerb. Oh, yeah, yep, I wrote that. This sucks. Oh, that's fucked. Yeah, like, it's kind of fucked to untemper someone because, or like, in terms of the personal impact that immediately has, where like a person just has to go, like, reckon with the shit they have caused, not of their own volition. It's Also, they were planning on adding her job before 2.0. It was a placard. It had a placard and everything. Musketeer, it was going to be called. Some of its actions probably ended up going to Machinist. Yeah, that would make sense. Maybe even Dancer, actually. What data center am I on? Elemental, I think? This is entirely fair. He mad. I mean, he had every right to be mad. Like I kind of said before, Limsa has historically been very bad, as Melwerb pointed out, at preserving the peace between them and the kobolds, and everything the kobolds did was basically in defense and retaliation. Or, sorry, not even retaliation, just in defense. Like what, are they expected not to defend themselves when that happens? And, like, the fact that it was turned against them and been like, oh yeah, well, I mean, we can only defend ourselves when you summon your god. It's like, no, he has every right to, yeah. Really liking how they've been making more custom animations for cutscenes. Melwerb is incredibly good at this, not only yet. Ishikawa really does a good job at fixing characters. Yeah, very clearly. Like, and honestly, just having them reflect on things that are, like, awful about it and taking, like, steps forward. Oh, you're on the JP servers. Yep, I live in Australia, so the Japan servers are closest to me. The featuring of her guns leads me to believe one of the coming jobs will be a dual gunner. Yeah, potentially. I could see that. Well, who knows? Maybe they will add Musketeer again as a dual gun job. I mean, add, not again. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that was just more of what we've already seen of it actually reflecting on the leftover pieces of Limsa's history and, like, actually really selling it hard on, like, I don't think I have anything intelligent to say other than, oh my god, this writing is so good, oh my god, holy shit, they're doing this really well, what Dis said about, like, fixing characters, like, actually having them grapple with, like, what might have just been bad writing, and having them personally develop and bring everyone up with them is just... it's really fucking good. It would seem we have found a way forward with kobolds. Next we will help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. I'd say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only for Limsa Lominsa, but all Eorzea. Futures rewritten. Alphinaud's face is a picture equal parts jubilation and relief. Fucking what is going on in this? What the hell?
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
This is the end of the patch quest, so, like, I assume this is building up to whatever the hell is going to happen in 5.5, potentially. Yeah?
What in the world is that?
What the fuck?
A tower?
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
If we see this happen with Uldar and Gridania, honestly, I know if they want it to happen, they will write it in a way that does. But right now, it's like good freaking luck. One has issues with Amalja, and the other has the erratic behavior of elementals, who once forced them to hide in caves for centuries, and angry Ixal. Well, it's not even like directly solving the problem. It's like setting them on a course so that they can, right? Like, they don't have to literally solve the problem. We haven't solved the problem with the kobolds. We've taken the first steps to really, like, helping things along. But, all things considered, I don't have anywhere that's... fuck it. It's really about, like, exploring kind of the mindset of the leaders and how they're approaching the future to come, right? Like, starting to band together, starting to really create peace and that. Yeah, it's, like, less about where they immediately end up and more about, like... Because the game doesn't have to, like, finish with, everything's okay now. It's more like, no, we've been through hell, we're not there, we're not out of it yet, but we're well on our way to doing it. I guess Uldar at least started solving their problem with not being able to handle all refugees thanks to Alamigo's liberation. Yeah, well, Uldar has some pretty deep, entrenched issues as well. Okay, what's going on?
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roca preserved!
What the fuck is that?
The palace! After them!
Okay. Where did this come from? What the fuck?
You're here, good.
You.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
I mean, if it was gonna be anyone, it was gonna be this guy, but fucking...
Is that... a sigh?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Bit late, but I don't think the game's going to end with a proper resolution and everything. It'll probably resolve the main plot and then give us the city-states working towards resolutions, reparations. Yeah, exactly. That's, like, honestly more a realistic realistic ending, because it sets forth that, like, they have the tools required to move forward. Like, you don't need to resolve everything at the end of a plot or anything like that. You just need to make it clear that, like, they can go forward better than they started and actually able to solve the problems in front of them. His VA is excellent, though. Yeah, Fandaniel is voice acted very well.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Aaaaands before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now, hit the nail on the head, Luca.
My, straight to business, is it? Suit yourself.
Yes, shut up and talk.
It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
Okay. So what is behind you right now?
The final days? But it was the Aaaaands who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging.
Do you not know what who Elidibus was?
Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
Okay, but you're sundered. Like...
And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
This is actually really interesting in some ways, because up until this point we thought, yes, the Aaaaands are all hell-bent on killing everyone, destroying everything, who cares, genociding the reflections, blah blah blah. But no, they actually had, like, well, they had reasons for wanting what they did. They had, like, genuine motivations. Do you want to see what it's like when they're actually written like that, though? Here's Fandaniel. He's just gonna burn the fucking planet.
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die!
Because fuck you!
And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
Wow, I cannot believe how hard I called that. It makes sense that you'd be big buddies with Xenos,
I'm
yeah.
different, you see. From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe.
This is literally Monokuma and, the Mastermind turning to the camera and saying, because I want to spare. That's literally the reason. Why are you trying to, like, complicate it? I don't care. That is my motivation, to inflict despair. Deal with it? Yeah, just fuck you. I want you to suffer.
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles.
Okay, we still haven't addressed, like, the thing behind you.
We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
The Telophoroi. This does make Fandaniel literally frightening, though, because he's just a psychopath without an end goal. Yeah. Wait a minute! Is that Bahamut? He's got, like, the protruding chest, like...
Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos.
This does make Fandaniel legitimately frightening, though, because he's just a psychopath without an end goal. Yeah, like, real talk, Xenos has more of an end goal than this guy. Like, and he's actually a parallel in some ways, too, because you always wondered, like, what would Xenos do if he was just let off his chain? Now we're seeing, like, what would an Aaaaand do if they weren't so tied to the old world?
While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
The official forums is full of people hating on him, but honestly I like him as a new antagonist force. Especially since that means Xenos isn't the only threat. Or, like, why do they hate him, if I can ask? I would love it if Lunar Bahamut was literally the first trial in the next expansion and everyone's like, well, what? That was weirdly easy. Yeah, that would be great. Thank goodness everyone's safe. We managed to put out the fire, though. Although not quickly enough to save the garden. Raoban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Melwerb tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Till then, I want you to rest. Very well. If you need our help, don't hesitate. And take care, both of you. Because they don't like how he seems to not be redeemable as a person, I think. I mean... I get that. But... I think that makes him way more interesting, personally. People got a bit too Empire apologetic with Stormblood. Ugh. And I like what Basket Casey seems to act like, but I mean, not every villain needs to be sympathetic. Well, no. And, like... I mean, Hang on. I'll see this out, because this is the end of the quest. You're back too. Good. We received reports from the Alliance. Since we are all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account. Okay, so Bahamut's back. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes, this Fandaniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We only know that he intends to recreate the final days, and... excuse me. And that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He called his dragon Luna Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature did resemble the descriptions I've seen of the Elder Primal. It would have been really great there to reference the fact that I was a summoner, as like, not only did it look like that, it also kind of resembled the thing you summon. Which is like an aspect of Bahamut. So like, I mean, yeah, he probably wasn't lying. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandaniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Ascian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. We believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I have been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the Immortal Flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. Yep. That was the one place that it was talked about almost unceremoniously that fucking happens, and it actually floored me the first time I heard about that. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I travelled to Uldar and delivered the Porxies to her grace, along with the detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The Immortal Flames have been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amalja clan claim that a number of their kind have been abducted, and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the Immortal Flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been cited as afield as Yangsha. And it would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. You simply have not found them. As you said yourself, you can do little for now, save remain vigilant. Since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian. Estinian? Now, just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I would be the first to welcome it, but the truth is, we will struggle even to find him. You let me and Kryle worry about that. We'll sniff him out, no matter where he's hiding. I believe you, Sataru. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless. So if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of the Porxies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the task ahead. Well, my friend. A moment of triumph did not last long. And never does. 'Twas ever the way, the world often needs saving. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventures? I really could have done with the rest. Yeah, 'twas ever the way. Yeah, it's just how it goes. And save it we shall. I, for one, do not intend to allow a nihilistic madman to take us all to the grave with him. Not when the future holds such promise. Nay, I will do all my power to protect those whom I hold dear, just as you have always done.
Scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be. Glory be to Aaaaand!
I like to... It just... I'm sorry.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life.
He's just fucking sitting there admiring his sword. I like to think that he's just been sitting there like fucking all however long it's transpired, and has just often kind of like looked at his sword, planted it back in the ground, looked at it again like, yes, this would be a fine blade, stuck it back in the ground. I wonder what that Aaaaand is up to. Also, first of the beasts? Excuse me?
Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
What is... Okay, so I have to go back to something Luca said. I think what Fandaniel does is make clear that your usual tactics of dealing with this sort of thing are definitely not going to work. Like, yeah, because we've been dealing with, like, even the most evil characters have had, like, comprehensible logic to their plans. Like, we can entreat with them, even if we end up having to kill a lot of them. Like, we've grown so much in our negotiations and appealing to the goals of the people we've kind of come up against. Whereas now you have like the most ridiculously simple, like two of the most ridiculously simple goals in the entire thing. I just want to fight the Warrior of Light. I just want to burn the world. And that's it. Like, it's insultingly simple, but it has a lot of fucking problems, and negotiation doesn't work against them. Like, turning negotiation skills elsewhere and focusing our other skills on them is going to be the thing. Like, or you can actively interfere with their tangible plans. Yeah, that's exactly it. But this is just, no, I want to fight the Warrior of Light. It's like, I mean, it's incredibly simple, but it's also brilliant as a new threat from a writing standpoint. Yeah, exactly. Because, on one hand, it's very easy to meet Xenos, for example. But Xenos is still complex enough that, like, no, I need him baying to kill me. I don't want a friendly match. I want to fight him to the death again. That's the thing that kind of twists it, that it's like, fuck, like, you need me to absolutely kill you, and I guess, like, even threatening to do that is enough, but, like, with Xenos, it's actually really simple to meet his goal, but the fact of the matter is that the collateral he creates is the problem. Whereas Fandaniel is just, I'm gonna burn the world down. Try to stop me. Like, there's no communicating with that. I don't know. I honestly find these two as very good villains for the next expansion, considering everything.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing him that you await his coming, though I confess I may have singed him a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
That's what I was gonna ask, is like, oh yeah, I might have, like, accidentally hit the Warrior of Light with my dragon. Is that cool? Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I like them a lot. Fandaniel has been in, like, a handful of scenes, and it instantly made him the most detestable, unlikable character in the game. I love it. Yeah, like, he managed to top Asahi, which is... Well, to be fair, Asahi was the most detestable character that had logic to him. So obviously they had to one-up that by just making him want to fucking burn the world.
My apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me.
Also, I like... You could also sympathize with him to an extent because he was brainwashed by propaganda. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it doesn't make him any less unlikable because, let's be honest, he's a fanboy, an unironic fanboy of the literal most destructive, bloodthirsty being in the entire of Eorzea. Sorry, something about Fandaniel here. Like, I don't know if it was related to 14 when I was talking about this. Oh, no, actually, you know what? It's actually related to H-Bomb's New Vegas video, where he was kind of talking about how, the ghouls who are essentially immortal, like, just essentially, like, drop their lives and do other things, and, like, the writers kind of thought about how, like, immortals would be, like, immortal people would act. It's like dumping their lives, going and doing other things, and kind of trying to spice up their life every so many years, but, one of the things that, like, just crossed my mind is, like, I mean, he's not going to get a rise out of Xenos for doing his, like, theatrics as he gesticulates about the things that he's doing to the Warrior of Light. So, like, he's just doing this to entertain himself. And I was like, wait, why would he do that? But then, like, yeah, he's an immortal being that has basically been kind of shackled to the unsundered for so long. Fuck it, I'd prance around and do that too if I had, if I had as unhinged a goal as him. Like, of course he's gonna fucking try and entertain himself with the theatrics. He's lived for thousands of years and is finally getting the chance to actually do what he wants. I honestly feel like he's not seriously threatened by Xenos at all, but just plays along from, for the time being.
Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency.
Jesus Christ, I love this
For
character.
now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
Oh, fuck me.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
So that's why he was staring at the blade. Oh my god, he just threw it away. But... okay. Like what, though? Oh god, I can't actually think of anything, to be honest. Maybe we'll go get a relic weapon now. Oh, that'd be great. He just picks one of the samurai relic weapons. Well. It finally happened. Guess I'm going to ride Bosch. Xenos now has to obey the mechanics of the game. Oh god, that would be amazing. Do you remember what the final days are about? If you do, you can speculate what might be about to happen. Well, I mean, yeah. Lunar Bahamut. Like, is that just straight up Amarottian creation magic, I wonder? Well, I mean, I guess it's like exactly the same as summoning, but the way Fandaniel talks about it, I feel like it's more of a reflection of Bahamut. Yeah, like as someone noted, the fact that it's not just Bahamut going around doing shit, like it clearly seems to be something that's more like less a summoning and more like a complete simulacra, a replica creation, not necessarily the real Bahamut. Well, I would even go so far as to say not a summoning of Bahamut, at least as far as like typical summonings go. Oh, well, I guess you could argue that, if Fandaniel was trying to summon a Bahamut that was specifically subservient to him, that might just work. Anyway, it could be summoning in the way that you do. Yeah, it could be a lot of things. Originally, before Yoshida took over the plan was for us to literally go to the moon. Well, we kind of go to Dalma, but still. So for a moment, when I saw that cutscene, I thought we were actually going to go to the moon, to the other moon. Well, I mean that is where Elidibus has been hiding out, so it would kind of be appropriate. Yeah. I did it. I caught up. And it only took... hang on. I think I didn't add the last, well, I mean, I could look at my played, but, like, my streamed is probably a little more accurate without, like, nights of grinding stupid shit for no reason. I actually want to see what the hour count is on the hours I've streamed this. This is probably really fucking long. Let's see. Well, no, not that. $207 hours, not counting this stream. Finally eligible for the endgame tombstones. Oh yeah, I guess that's true too. Do I? Oh, yeah, whatever. Damn, I didn't think I was actually going to get here tonight. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could look at the Played too, but, it's not going to, it's not going to be, like, 100% accurate, because there's undoubtedly nights where, like, I played this and just, like, grinded, like, relic weapons and stuff like that. Or even just sat here doing nothing, you know? Like, it's definitely at least 207 hours, doing the MSQ. And, like, I even started that in, like, 2.x patches, too, not 2.0. So, yeah. Shit. I didn't realize I was gonna yeah, I honestly didn't think I was gonna finish this tonight. So obviously there's gonna not be any more MSQ. So there's obviously a lot of side content I haven't done. So there's definitely more I could squeeze out of that. At least for the moment, I'm gonna be kind of streaming this a little bit less until I get, like, a mic arm to kind of make sure that I'm not, like, you know, wrecking my arms or anything like that. Go through and do raid content and try to level all the jobs now. Well, I mean, I'm kind of partially going to do that. I'm probably not going to do the jobs just yet. I'll probably do, like, more side content just because I've got Summoner already there. I want to get other characters up so I can play jobs on that, because I'm a stickler for having characters with set jobs and stuff like that. A holdover from WoW. But yeah, I guess it's going to be a little bit more freeform when I do stream this now. I don't know what the first thing on my list is going to be. I might take a look at some of the side content that I need to kind of try and figure out how to go about looking through stuff without, like, without spoiling myself. But I've got friends that play it. I've got, like, I know Discords that play it. Like, if I really want to seek out, like, hey, tell me all the side content that's not MSQ in Shadowbringers or whatever, I can find that out pretty well. Just do it like I do Debbie whenever I just feel like playing it. Yeah, it's true. I could just play it whenever now, but it's also somewhat of a chill one if I'm just, like, leveling other things and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, but I'd be going through the MSQ with some of them again, which is... Any chance Sludgy can join duties if I happen to be around, just to passively play in the same party? Probably depends on what I'm doing, honestly. Like, it sounds like a lot of the content I'd be doing is either, like, bigger groups or, fuck, what do you call it? Some of the more solo stuff. I'd probably look at doing, like, anything that's solo immediately, because, like, I can kind of do the solo stuff in parallel with the parties, because I usually have to queue up and stuff like that. I just gotta figure out, like, a sensible way of doing that. But yeah, I'm kind of, like, plans are on the way, and I definitely want to at least do, like, some side content I missed, the raids and that, and job quests, because if the Summoner one is anything to go by, I feel like there might be some interesting things to get out of those, but that might just be Summoner because it's particularly relevant. Yeah. But anyway, it's almost 2 o'clock, and I need to stop streaming, because it's been almost 6 hours, and I didn't think I was going to stream that long. Damn. I guess I'm ready for the live letter, too. You'll definitely want to do Dark Knight. Yep. I've been suggested to do that, so I'm definitely going to do that at some point. But yeah, I'll figure it out. So yeah, just to reiterate for the future as well, for the next, like, week or so as well, I'm going to be monitoring my shoulder and that to make sure I'm not, like, overexerting myself. 14 streams in particular may take a backseat just for a little bit, not only just to give myself a break, but also to make sure I'm not, like, putting too much pressure on it. Once I get a mic arm, that'd be fine and we're back to it, but until then, probably going to be a bit sporadic in the streams. I'll try and figure out a reasonable schedule. I might still stream tomorrow. I don't know. It depends on how I feel. And depends on how I feel. Like, how I feel both Do I want to play more 14? And can I even play more 14? But, yeah. Alright, time for me to get out of bed and actually eat breakfast. No worries, Charles, I appreciate it. I'm literally seconds from wrapping up anyway. Enjoy your breakfast and your day. I don't know, I'm prolonging this for no reason, I should just end it. So thank you very much for watching, live or on the VODs, I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time. Oh, Ace Attorney? Probably not this weekend. I want to start it on a weekend that I have, like, Saturday and Sunday to go. And I don't have that this weekend, obviously, because it's Saturday. I don't have that next weekend, I don't think. But probably the weekend after that. I keep knocking it back, which sucks, but... life getting in the way. Anyway, have a good night, everyone. See you later.